And we are live for week 2 of the NFL season, the Dallas Cowboys against the New Orleans Saints. I am Tom Downey, producer Chris Daughtry, once again behind the scenes for today's show. As the Cowboys take on the New Orleans Saints, we'll get to the inactives here in a little bit. No Jake Ferguson, no Marshawn Lattimore, by the way, of note. I'm still waiting on the full Saints list so I can shout that one out, but we'll get to that early on in today's show. Talise Fuaga is active, by the way. So that was the big question mark, I think, for New Orleans with Lattimore seemingly nearly out. Cowboys are 6.5-point favorites against the New Orleans Saints. That line's kind of fluctuated. Opened at 6.5. I saw it go to 6 and now back up to 6.5 in the last, 48 hours, somewhere in that time frame. So Cowboys are favored at home as they look to avoid a Cardinals type of game from last year. We got a $5 super chat from Abja Pawar. Let Dak deal. Even with 87, we should still be aggressive on offense. No short stuff on McCarthy, conservative play calls. Don't be like FSU on Saturday. What did DJU start with that game? Like 5 of 5 for 1 yard? No. I think there is a growing theory of this is the year of the defense. Defenses are going to be so much better than what they've been in years past, and they've kind of dialed back and fixed some things from the offensive perspective and been more creative there, which I think actually does help Dallas. I think Zimmer's in that grouping there. But you can't. You have to be better on third downs. You have to be able to move the football. The one thing you were missing last week, you never had that put-away drive where you put that game truly on ice, removed all semblance of doubt. They need a little bit more. They needed one of those drives and better success. They were bad in the second half on offense last week. Part of that was the lack of aggression. I do agree. From King Fatty Daddy. Am I going to jail for that? That sounds... says, go Cowboys, watching all the way from a deployment. Thank you for your service there, King Fatty Daddy. That's not a sentence I ever thought I'd enter or utter in that particular order, but I do appreciate you very much there, my friend. So thank you for that. So Cowboys Saints. The Saints last week had the number 1 scoring offense in football, 47 points per game. Although it certainly is worth acknowledging, mentioning, etc., that it was against the Carolina Panthers, and the Panthers might end up being the worst team in football. And if they're not, they're going to be in the conversation there. But a lot of things looked a lot better on that side of the ball for the New Orleans Saints. The Cowboys, they could have probably put that game away a little bit more frequent, a little bit earlier, but they still had, I think, better results than even the score indicates. Like, that game was really over pretty early on in that matchup, and I liked what I saw a lot in week 1, but there's certainly still areas to improve, areas to grow. So who you got in this one? C for the Cowboys, S for the Saints. It is also the pin poll on today's show. 96% voting in favor of the Dallas Cowboys. That leaves 4% voting for the Saints, which I'm not overly surprised by because it's the Cowboys channel, and it's a game the Cowboys should win. Now, I think the Saints will give them a good fight, but I'm not anticipating another, 20-point lead at the half, whatever, but I do think this is a game the Cowboys should win. It might not be over till the fourth quarter, unlike, the third quarter last week, but I do think this is a game Dallas Cowboys should find a way to win. So get those votes in. Who you got? C for the Cowboys, S for the Saints. Let me know in the comments of today's show. It's a lot of C's in there. Time when the Buckeyes got to see Upper Warrior, Austin, Teddy, Khan, Alfred. Time it in there. Elizabeth, Abja Pawar. Manny Boy's got the Saints, though. Interesting. Hawkeyes has C for the Cowboys. Baseball God, Keith Williams, Just Flakes. I'm probably saying that poorly. Cool Boy has the Saints. Hurricane Jason, Jackson Edits, Jay Brooks, RS14. He told me how to say that one, and I forget how to say it. And I feel really stupid now. John Garcia says C. Taylor Booth says C. El Pinch says C. Or El Pinchy. Upper Warrior, Taylor, David, Dominator, Ronald, all got their C. Seabass, wonder if it's a trap game. Wouldn't surprise me. Of your available trap games, there's only a few because you're a good football team. This one I do think stands out at least a little bit. Abja Pawar. Then we'll tell you guys about our sponsors on today's show. How does our offensive line stack up against the Saints' defensive line? I think decently. You know, the Saints have talent. I think it's a better matchup for Dallas than it was. It's Andrew with Jr., by the way. That's why I didn't pull. I think the Saints have a better unit in terms of like interior rushers, maybe, but not by a lot. It's also banking on Brian Breezy being better than what he's been so far in his career. So I think you survived against the Browns. Maybe you can find a way to thrive a little bit more this time around. I think that would be kind of your main goal from that perspective. So let's get to our sponsorships here. Then we'll come back to the Super Chat menus and the Inactives and everything else there. So today's show, first up, made possible by our good friends over at Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your spending. Also, you can grow your savings, save more money, have more money to spend, right? Rocket Money has over 5 million users, and it says a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Link will be in the comments and the description of today's show. It's also made possible by Game Time. Hey, if you're trying to go to the Cowboys-Saints game last second, Game Time is the app to use. They've got a new feature, by the way, called Game Time Picks. It makes getting tickets to see your favorite teams play live even easier. It filters out the fluff to only show you the incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of different tickets. So download the Game Time app today, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. That's CHATSPORTS, ChatSports, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply, but the link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, let's get to a super chat from Cameron Williams. Should I take Dak over 253.5 passing yards in your lineup? Don't hate that one. It's probably a solid number. If the Cowboys attack more through the air and the Saints still run a lot of man coverage, they had a lot of success in previous years and even this year doing that. So I would probably go. I'd probably go more than on that one. All right, the pregame super chat menu. $10, you get 2 entries into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. We did CeeDee Lamb last week. We'll do Dak Prescott this week since they both got paid. And you don't have to worry about that one not being usable in a year, which is actually kind of nice. So $10 gets you 2 entries into that. That is our pregame specialty. Prices go up once the game gets going. $50 for 2 shots. These shots are available for a pregame only. Then we'll do some other fun stuff there, which we'll get to in a second. $100, you go on the beer bong of honor. We've got like maybe a half dozen spots left. It's getting low there. Sun's getting. I'm even like doing bad lines to get stuff to fit in there. $100 for that. Every 200 likes during the pregame is a shot. The goal was to shatter our like rate or like highs from last week. So every 200 likes early on will be a shot. We're almost halfway there. $500, you get a custom Cowboys jersey. Anthony McMillan's not arrived in time. The CeeDee Lamb one I ordered maybe a week or 2 before just arrived. So hopefully it's here next week and we can show off Anthony's custom jersey. $500 for that. The most hundreds in the month of September, a full-sized Cowboys helmet. Jacko's in first with 4. Anthony McMillan has 3. Vanquish Time has 2. Every $100 in Super Chat, since it is Saints Week and Mardi Gras and stuff, I'll throw on a bead. For each 100 total in Super Chats, I'll put one on and we'll wear it throughout the show. Does this actually fit? Yeah, it fits. Thank God I just bought them without checking if they fit over the headset. Almost a bad idea. So every $100 will put a bead on. I have 50 beads, so I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. And if we run out of beads, we'll do something else. The MVP, I didn't grab it. If you want to go grab it real quick for me, Chris. It should be out on the main table. The ball, yeah. Week 2, Cowboys Report football. Anthony, I've not shipped out yours yet from week 1. because we're going to raffle off the beer bong once it's full with all the names on there. And Anthony has like a 45% chance of winning. It's higher than anybody else. So I figured I could maybe just do it in one. But we'll ship those out this week because I want to fill up that beer bong all the way. We got like 5 spots left, and then everyone whose name is on there, we're gonna just raffle them all off. I think I got actually probably everybody's email on here already from who's done it before because they've normally won something else. So once that's filled up, we're gonna ship that out and get it sent out to you guys. This is the Week 2 Cowboys Report football. Saints at Cowboys. MVP gets that. Right now, the leader is Hawkeyes because she has already sent in the pregame Venmo, the postgame Venmo, and is now in with 4 entries, which is, I guess, 8 total because $40 all for the Dak jersey entries. So Hawkeye's in there with 8 different entries for the jersey. So Hawkeye's very much in the lead with 80 in the Venmos and the Super Chats for that Week 1 MVP. Got you covered there, Hawkeyes. Thank you very much. The Super Chat battle right now, Saints now has not started because Trace is soft and can't hang. We have the early lead over the Saints, 11.99 to 0. Let's bury them. He's going to go live in about 15 minutes. I want to have a massive lead over Trace. So let's get going on that, and let's get those Super Chats in for the shots for the Dak Prescott jerseys. By the way, if you have a Dak Prescott jersey already and you win, we can pick a different jersey. That's totally fine. Same with the CeeDee Lamb one last week. Dak is the main one, but if you already have a Dak and you don't have like a Micah or a Lamb or something, we'll get you one of those instead. So it's really any Cowboys jersey, but Dak is the main one that we're focused on from that front. So appreciate that, guys. Remember to Venmo me at WhatGoingDowney. I'll just shout out Valerie Reynolds, $1 Super Chat. It was no comment, but thank you very much, Valerie. I appreciate that. Cameron Williams, Abja Pawar, King, Thaddy Daddy, and also Abja Pawar in there so far with the Super Chats. We will do again, just like we did last week, a halftime and a post-game 50-50 Venmo race. So at WhatGoingDowney, $20 on Venmo to enter that race. Hawkeyes is in for the halftime and the post-game raffle. So we need at least 2 more for each to run. Obviously, we'll just worry about the halftime one first, but you are in there, Hawkeyes. So, at WhatGoingDowney, $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll come back to that later on in today's show. Let's get to the inactives for the Cowboys. No surprise here, Jake Ferguson is out with his knee injury. That was very much expected. Trey Lance is once again the emergency third quarterback, cannot play unless injuries to the first 2. Andrew Booth is once again a scratch. Buddy Johnson is out because they called up Nick Vigil. John Stevens Jr. also out with his hamstring injury. They did call up Princeton Fant, by the way, from the practice squad. Ryan Flournoy, once again, scratch. So no changes from what we saw last week, except for Jake Ferguson now being a scratch and Princeton Fant getting the call. Matt Waletzko, also a scratch as the backup offensive lineman. The Saints, by the way, A.T. Perry is out. Spencer Rattler is the third QB. Kalen Saunders out at defensive tackle. Backup linebackers DeMarco Jackson, Jalen Ford. Taliesin Fuaga is active. However, Marshawn Lattimore is not. He is not going to be out there today for the Saints, so it's going to be more Paulson Adebo. Alante Taylor will probably stick there in the nickel, and it means Kool-Aid McKinstry, who I like quite a bit, but is also a rookie. I would assume starts over Peyton, Rico, and they called up Ugo Amada to give them extra depth there. So Saints down Marshawn Lattimore in this matchup. Now our big goal today is to beat our likes against the Browns from week 1. We did 2,174 likes. We're at 143 right now. Every 200 likes in the pregame, we still have an hour 15 of that, is a shot. So we're at 144 right now with 640 plus people watching live. That's not a great ratio. We should be able to get to 200 pretty quickly. You should like every single video that we do here on the Cowboys Report. So make sure you like this one. I kind of want to get to 200 before we go away here, Chris. Call me crazy. We're at 164. I'm going to pour this and then hopefully not forget about it because I do that a lot. I don't know if you've noticed. I have a tendency to, not on the first one. Normally it's like on like the fifth or something. I'll pour a shot and then just like not do it and then look down later and go, I guess I didn't do one, which is not great on my part. We're 8 likes away. 8 likes, that said. I think we can get there right now. Waiting for the next update. 200 online with 669 watching. Everyone spam nice as well. Bottoms up, folks. Cheers. Was 200 a bad choice? Maybe. But we'll find out in like 2 hours. That's when we'll really know. So, all right, let's see what we can do here with another challenge for you guys. I want you guys to spam F Trace in the comments because Trizzy pissed me off this week. I'm not happy with him. So, most comments in the next 60 seconds is going to get a free entry into our Dak Prescott jersey giveaway. So most comments in the next 60. It doesn't have to be F Trace. It's funnier if it is. You can just spam whatever you want to spam here. Most comments gets that free raffle entry. Then we'll go to some of the super chats that I don't know if you saw them or not, but maybe saw them there. So here are all those comments coming in. We'll get to CJ Young's in a little bit as well. Just keep spamming. Look at all those C's and A's and 7s and F Traces and Cowboys and R's and P's and 3s and everything else just flowing in live here on the Cowboys Report. We'll give you guys another 30-ish seconds. I'll sip some of my water that I should have gotten more of. Oh, well. I had a headache. I went to bed early last night. It's fine. Although I did stay up to watch Georgia. Kentucky. That was an ugly game. Kentucky's such cowards. Why would you punt there? What are you doing? Go for it. You're stupid. You gotta stupid. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chris, who is our winner for this?
We're gonna go with OG Heroic.
Okay, OG Heroic gets our free raffle entry, so I'll let Chris document that one in the jersey raffle. He didn't win this time. That's okay. We will do this throughout today's show, give you guys free chances to win the Dak Prescott jersey raffle entry. And each time we break our chat rate high, by the way, it'll be 2 entries. So this one sets the pace at, I guess it needs to update again, but the early pace here looks like 120 something. So, actually, false. 344 is the chat rate high in that like minute time frame, which is good. It's a good start. If we break it later on, we'll go ahead and give away 2 jersey raffle entries on that front. Go to the super chats that have come in here in just a second, and then we'll also run through our super chat menu one time because there's a little bit of a jump in audience since last time we did it. So, good time to remind everyone what you could potentially get here on today's show. I lost all my supers on my end. That's very frustrating. We got the Valerie Reynolds one. As Chris, because they're not polling again, because of course they're not. They worked all week, and then right when we need them, they decide to just not poll at all, which is highly, highly frustrating. It's too many. We lost them. All right, I can find them on the back end, so I'll just read them off here. Let's go to something else though on screen. Because they should be in here already. Yes, okay. Marcus Arnold had the $10 super chat. So, Marcus Arnold, you are in to our jersey giveaway for Dak Prescott. He says, hey, tell me, forgive me for my joke last week. You're fine. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. I think the plan is for Dalvin Cook. We'll see. Truly, we will see. I don't know when he's going to go. I don't know if he's going to go. I think it kind of requires one of your other backs to look bad before they give Dalvin Cook a shot. This is very much one of those things I'm going to trust the coaching staff. We don't get to see him out there. There's something that he's done that we consider would change our minds about it, right? Like, it's kind of like, all right, coaching staff knows best. Got to trust him there. So, I think he's kind of insurance for Zeke Elliott, frankly. I thought Zeke played fine, if not well, in week 1. So, MJ, Dallas with the win today. Got my new Dallas snapback. You love to see it. CJ DeYoung, who won the CD jersey last week, Tom? Awesome. Oh, I won the CD jersey week. We had ordered this one before Lamb got paid, and there was a bit of like, I was worried. I was worried of I might have just wasted money on a CeeDee Lamb jersey. No, the winner last week, by the way, was Colson Cash, and he has not emailed me. So I will wait and see if he emails me. I can't do it without the info. There's no option to just send it out there to somebody. This is our pregame super chat menu, by the way. $10, 2 Dak jersey raffle entries. $50, 2 shots. $100, you go in the Cowboys beer bong of honor. I'll chug a beer out of it as well, of course. Every 200 likes is a shot in pregame only. These prices will increase as we go further along and get to the actual game itself, which is still an hour 10-ish away. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle today. $20 to enter that. Hawkeyes is in so far. We will do a halftime one and an end of game Venmo 50-50 raffle. So get your supers in. Get those Venmos in as well if you want in on the 50-50 raffle, the jersey, the beer bong of honor, and as people like to say, get Tom drunk. This is your window. I'm not doing shots in game for a while. At least a half. I am told I cannot do shots. So you want them? Got to get them in now. All right, let's talk keys to victory here for the Cowboys. Anthony McMillan, wait a minute. There's a $100 super chat. He now ties Jacko for most hundreds in September, and that's a beer bong and a whole bunch of Dak Prescott jersey entries. We'll come back to Anthony's super chat in a second. I do want to mention, it's there, so let's do it, because if they're pulling, let's not F around. Anthony McMillan, $100. I need the beer bong. We got 10, I think, of the hard Mountain Dews, and then about a 24-pack of Happy Dads, too. I would rather have the hard Mountain Dew because they're cold, and it's sometimes more punishing to do it cold. What do you think is the probability of finally beating the 49ers this year? I went to the game last year, and it was brutal to watch. If I had to guess, you're probably going to be like, I don't know, plus like 310? You're going to be like touchdown dogs, right? So I don't have great confidence until I see it happen. This probably, frankly, goes for Green Bay too. Till I see them win that game, I have a tough time getting on board with it. So I will hope and I will pray, but I won't believe until I see it. And that's not fair necessarily, but that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes. All right. Anthony McMillan, the first beer bong coming up here. I specified first on purpose, so stay tuned. All right, let's do this one, and then hand me another beer too. Go get me another one. Hint, hint. But we'll let Anthony have his moment first here. All right, get that air bubble out of there. Here we go. Woo! There we go. Alex Mack has it. Yeah, definitely gonna need that fan now if you want to angle it up some. Thank you, Anthony. As always, guys, spam AM in the comments section. Appreciate that. Alex Mack says, let's go Cowboys. $10. That is 2 entries for Alex Mack into the jersey giveaway. We'll count all these for the Dak, by the way. Let's get to what's next here. There's several. And I've got Venmos we got to get to as well, which always makes things fun. Wes, hope you're thirsty, Tommy boy. DC for life. All right. Almost knocked shit over everywhere. 2 shots coming up. As we do these shots, Ryan McCartney is into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Also, I definitely typed in McCarthy the first time, so I was thinking like, oh, people make McCarthy jokes at your expense. First shot coming in. And second shot coming in. Woo! That's something. All right, Zachary Carrasco. Who will score first, Cowboys or Saints, Who should the Cowboys watch out for in the Saints offense? I'll go Cowboys because that's more fun for us. If the Cowboys score first. Who to watch for? Keep watching. We'll go in depth on a bunch of different players. I think they're going to try to feed Alvin Kamara a good amount. Rashid Shaheed is your deep threat. And then Chris Olave didn't do much against Carolina. I suspect he'll do more this week. I would be kind of surprised if they did not feature him more frequently in this matchup. Abja Pawar, would you say those two teams, San Francisco, the Green Bay, if McCarthy figured? Look, at a certain point, there's probably a mental aspect for your players, too. We have it as fans, like, oh, God, here we go again. That can get in the players' heads, too. It's a team thing overall. Spayton, greetings from Mexico. Let's get that dub today. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. And then coming in for jersey entries for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott, I said that kind of weird, I feel like. With a $100 Venmo, Hawkeyes coming through. It's another beer bong. She says, I'm not going to be outdone. Give me the jersey because I want a Lamb jersey. Hawkeyes, if you win, we will make it a CeeDee Lamb jersey. Let's do it. There we go. $100 from Hawkeyes. This is our pregame super chat menu. $10, 2 Dak Prescott jersey raffle entries. And then as it scales, so you got Zachary in there. Nice, you got him in there. Thank you for that. $50 is 2 shots, which I did do 2, right? Pretty sure I did 2. If I didn't, someone tell me and be honest.
I know you did at least
I know I did 1, and now I don't know if I did 2 because I was excited about the $100 Venmo, and now I'm worried about it. So, it concerns me. All right. Let's do it. Beer bong coming in for Hawkeyes. Woo!
Now they're saying, yeah, you did it, but we got to 200 likes. But I think
I did one for 200 likes.
You did the shot
now,
for 200
we're
likes.
100 likes away from me doing another one for 400. Yeah. I did 2 so fast. Okay. See, I'm getting old. I just forget shit. I don't like that, man. I don't like that. Hawkeye says Tom's turning red. That's what happens when I drink. Zach Crosby, $10 into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. Do you think they'll let Dak air it out more or make him a game manager for the first few games? Like last year, so the media doesn't talk about picks again. Anyways, Cowboys by 20. Yeah, I would like to believe that the Cowboys learned their lesson last year. Now, I will say, they did more of the downfield stuff in week 1. Now, it wasn't as frequent. I think relative to passes probably was actually a bit more impactful. They ran a lot more short stuff, too, because they didn't trust the offense. I think it was more offensive line focused. But they threw some deep digs. They just weren't completed. They threw some seam shots that, frankly, the one Dak should not have thrown. It was a bad decision. It's also Dak. Like, I live with the risk of a seam shot interception because he also makes a bunch of big plays for me. So, I'm okay with it. It's kind of like Josh Allen. Like, I'm okay when Josh Allen makes his boneheaded play once or twice again. Like, it happens. Like, Josh Allen's going to screw up. He's going to do something stupid. He's going to do something awesome, too. Dak's going to make a bad read. He'll throw a great end zone fade against pressure, all-out blitz to Brandon Cooks. Like, it works. It works for me. Anthony McMillan coming back again. $100 super chat says he wants a Micah Parsons jersey. Are you not entertained? Shit, I'm always entertained, baby. That's the best job ever. Everyone spam AM. Everyone spam HE in the comments for Hawkeyes as well. Get those in to stop filibustering and drink. Fine. Here we go. Not like being 3 shots and 3 beer bongs deep half an hour into the show. Me, my goal is to drink. Hold on, this is gonna.
We're still an hour away from kickoff.
There we go. It's just like
this could get rowdy.
It's dangerous when it gets rowdy. Also, F rowdy. Here we go.
Here we go. Let's go, baby. Week 2, Cowboys versus the Saints.
Woo! Oh, boy. Feeling it. It's also just, it's not even the 5% alcohol. It's the carbonation. It's the carbonation that gets me. Because I just feel like, ugh. He's getting sloshed right. The best version of Tom is going to be awakened. I remember, honestly, the more I think about that Seahawks game, and I was just so pissed. I was too drunk. I was just mad. I was just mad about that game, but it was fun. All right. Today's show is made possible by Rocket Money. Who here had a subscription that they forgot about? They didn't want to have. They did the free trial thing, and they forgot to cancel it. Happens to everybody. It happens to me. It happens to Chris. Might happen more frequently to Stone, but that's how it goes sometimes. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills all in one place so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. It's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Appreciate Rocket Money sponsoring us here at the Cowboys Report. Appreciate that oh so much. Hawkeyes taking the lead back for the Week 2 MVP with a $50 super chat. This shot is for Chris. That's 2 shots for Chris.
We'll do it.
We'll do it. By the way, of notes, because it is relevant, I think, to the Cowboys, he said A.J. Brown has now been ruled out against the Atlanta Falcons. So a fairly noteworthy loss for the Philadelphia Eagles in their Monday Night Football matchup. That's also kind of a red flag, I think. To be ruled out that quickly, it's probably not a good thing. And I have to decide.
Number 2, here we go.
I have Devonta Smith on my roster as my backup receiver on my fantasy team, so I'm just going to sit him anyway. Appreciate that, Hawkeyes. As a reminder, the Venmo 50-50 raffle will be running at halftime, the first one at least. $20 enter that at What Going Downey on Venmo. Ryan and Hawkeyes, of course. Hawkeyes is always the first one in.
Always.
Without fail, 30, 20 minutes before the show starts, look down my phone, Hawkeyes Venmo. All right, let's actually talk football here. Key to victory number 1. Got to pressure Derek Carr. That is something Carolina did not do. And they tried to do it. They brought a very high volume of pressures. They tried to bring the house at times. They blitzed a lot. And they did not get pressure against Derek Carr. He was under pressure 3 times. 3 per next-gen stats in the entire game. I don't care if you're Daniel Jones and you get pressured 3 times, you're going to make plays happen. And to no surprise, 2 of 2, 60 yards, 1 TD, did take 1 sack. But 3 is, if you tell any coach, hey, you're going to get pressured 3 times, they would have went, great, we won. Like that's going to be the instant response. Now, last year, under pressure, not nearly as good. Under 50% completion rate, 2 TDs, 3 interceptions, 877 yards, 17.1% sack rate. I think this new Saints offense, the new coordinator, who Mike Zimmer knows quite well, has definitely benefited Derek Carr from what we saw in Week 1. I think will benefit him more today and make it more competitive as well. He does take more sacks when blitzed. Now, the Saints offense line looked great in Week 1. That offensive line did not look good in the preseason. I don't trust Trevor Penning. It was good against Carolina. We'll see about this in Week 2. I think this is a much different test for both sides, frankly. Number 2, key to victory, you need better third down play. You have to have it. And that was the biggest thing that held you back in the second half last week against the Cleveland Browns. Now, to be fair, the game was kind of over. And I think that the overall offensive approach probably would have been a little bit different if that game was not a multiple score lead the entire time for the Cowboys. But Dak on third downs this year, very small sample size. It'll probably get evened out. Was not good. He was 27th. That's expected points added. That's really an offensive stat, but he's the quarterback. It's third down. It's passing. Like, that is pretty accurate, generally speaking. He was first last year. Every third down, Dak Prescott ran a play on. The Cowboys averaged almost a half point. And frankly, they were not good on first and second down last year. They balled out on third downs, which has been pretty consistent. When the Cowboys offense has been good, it's because they ball out on third downs. Now, there were some drops on third down last week, some kind of give up plays, like, you run the draw on 3rd and 18, you're punting, it's fine, it is what it is. If you also filter out the garbage time performances, Dak jumps inside the top 20 in last week. So it's very much third quarter was bad, but you didn't have that put away drive. Gonna need those to get going moving forward. So the offense I have faith in. I need to see more improvement. I need to see growth. So will the offense improve in week 2? Y for yes, N for no. Get those comments in for me in the comment section, obviously. We'll give some shout outs here as these come in. Ryan says yes. RT88 says yes. Roger, Bucket, Brian, Joaquin, Charles Woods, Brian Perry, Krista, Teddy, Clayton, Turd Ferguson. Did you ever watch the SNL skit? I'll find it on YouTube and send it to you.
I've definitely heard that before.
It is so funny. It's Celebrity Jeopardy with Will Ferrell, and it is an all-timer. It is an all-timer.
I've seen all of the Celebrity Jeopardy ones.
All right, hold on. I gotta do some stuff here. Evan Ingram has been ruled out with a hamstring injury. So I got to go claim a new tight end for my fantasy league. All right, let's ride. Colby Parkinson, you're getting plugged in, buddy. Get ready to ready to learn tight end. Yeah, that was a last-second one I had to adjust. I think I have him in multiple leagues. I got to double-check that. Yes, it's a lot of yeses. It's a lot of yeses. I remember I was in high school and my buddy had like the friggin' like it was a DVD. Is how old I am of it. It was just absolutely hilarious. So.
DVDs aren't that old.
Yeah, you say that, but I feel
I
old.
remember VHS tapes.
Okay, my parents will have their VHS player. So we had Star Wars on it, and it was the original Star Wars. It was good, not the one they added all the stupid shit into it.
They like changed Yoda in the new ones.
No, the original ones, Lucas went back and added a bunch of shit, and it's just like puppets everywhere.
Yeah.
Like there's one scene like that they got the shot, and they just have a giant pair of legs in front. I'm like, what are you doing? Why? Stop it. All right, key to victory number 3. Let's get back on track and not let Rambly Tom show up again. Feed C.D. Lamb. Got to do it. I will say, I really like the creativity of getting C.D. Lamb involved in jet sweeps and stuff. Or I would almost prefer a jet touch pass, but I think it does offer some more creativity out of your under center run game, which I think is kind of lacking. As you move forward, I think that'll be a good thing for the Cowboys. 8 touches, though, probably not going to be enough. Probably going to need more. And I think in particular, he had a drop. It happens. He'll have a drop every other game, every third game. You're okay with it because he's so good with everything else. He's not Larry Fitzgerald with his hands. 5 for 61, 3 for 25. If I told you those stats, you would have went, oh, God, did they lose? No, they blew him out. So I do think there's room to improve on offense. And I think one of the best ways you accomplish that is by getting CeeDee Lamb, whose jersey I am wearing today, more involved in this particular matchup. All right, let's go troll our Saints Now stream. Trace was being a real turd, all right? I have some memes cooked up. At least in my head. I don't make them until after on principle because I feel like it's bad karma. I got some memes cooked up for if the Cowboys beat the Saints at Trace's expense. He got bodied by Cowboys Twitter. He deserved it. He was saying stupid stuff. By the way, I have confirmation that Trace actually thinks Dak Prescott is a clear-cut top 10 QB. He does believe that. I got him in 4K. Got the DMs to prove it. I will drop the leaks. We will be nice to Trace's dog though. Dude's cool, and dogs are exempt. Like wives and girlfriends, we don't take shots at them. Just Trizzy. So go spam Cowboys. They might be on sub-only chat, which to be fair, we're also on sub-only chat. I'm also going to vote for the Cowboys to win this game. Also, 12% of the Saints Now audience thinks the Cowboys are going to win. That's not an accident. That's actually super high, by the way, for any team channel. It's actually very high. Calvos, I think, just said Cowboys by 30, which I love to see in there. If you type in Cowboys on that Saints stream, we'll give you some shout-outs there. I do think he went to sub-only chat, which is fine. He's also solo producing, so he's going to be overwhelmed. He can't handle it. He ain't built different. He actually kind of is. Eli's World says Cowboys. Thank you. Let's see. Just Gaming is trying to troll there. Yeah. I think Saints are going to be more competitive today. I do. I liked a lot of what I saw week 1. I also think there's a lot of stuff that was like, yeah, that's better, but it also might be Carolina sucks. So we'll see. Get those Cowboys over on our Saints stream as Alex Mack, a $10 super chat, is in. Nice to wear a Cowboys jersey instead of a polo. LFG. Yeah, I'm not much of a jersey guy, but this was offered. I jumped on it. You know? Chris has his Jalen Milroe jersey. Fitting.
I see, like, we were having this discussion a little bit before. Like, is it too big? I love putting the hoodie on.
The hoodie on. There you go. I should. Maybe in the winter I'll do that.
Yeah. It's kind of hard in the studio. Sometimes it gets real hot.
Those lights are bright. It adds a temperature. It does add a temperature there. Stone, our Bengals guy, got a Geno Stone jersey, which he didn't even think about. I'm like, you missed the window, dude. I mean, he might be out there, but like that was your chance. That was your chance. Easy money. All right, key to victory number 4. Shout out Bucket Squad, by the way, for commenting over there. Appreciate that. Stop the run. This is the Saints, to their credit, have pretty drastically actually changed their offensive strategy. You know, Pete Carmichael, the Saints with Pete Carmichael as the OC they fired last year, they hadn't really had any new ideas come into that organization since like Mike McCarthy was the offensive coordinator way back when. Because Sean Payton had been their head coach for so many years. Pete Carmichael was his OC. He stayed in there with Dennis Allen over that coaching job. They didn't have any real new ideas since 2006. Almost 20 years. And they bring in Clint Kubiak, and it's better. They do more motion. They do more play action. And they do better run games as well. Shout out Lone Wolf as well for just carrying it on the Saints stream there. Alvin Kamara had 15 for 83. Jamal Williams, mostly in garbage time, had 11 for 38. Taysom Hill had 5 for 35. He's going to be used, I think, pretty creatively. Maybe even more so in this one. Derek Carr, 2 for 13. He scrambled. Jordan Mims in garbage time. They averaged almost, really, outside of garbage time, over 5 yards per carry. We know what the history says last how many years. How do you beat the Cowboys? You take away that potent pass rush by running the football. So if you're the Cowboys and you stop the run, you're going to be in good shape. And I think if you take away the play action threat, it's not different than when I play CFB 25. If you make them one-dimensional, it's a lot easier to play defense. Let's get to Elite 360, his $5 super chat. CD, 7+ receptions. Zeke TD, Carr, plus 216 yards, win with me. All right, so that's your old single game parlay, right? I have a couple out there that I don't remember what they were. I did them very late last night. I didn't do Zeke anytime touchdown this week because it went from like plus 250 to minus 120. They caught wind. It was a one-time thing. Too much value. I'm like, I'm going to pass on it this week. I took something else instead. I forget what even was there. So, Lone Wolf says that was funny and the Saints guy's going crazy. That's Amadio said that. And apparently he actually shouted out Lone Wolf. That's funny as shit. All right, predict the score of the Cowboys against the Saints. Sound off for me in the comment section of today's show. Score predictions here. Sip some of my water. Should have gotten more water because it's just like between the shots and the hard Mountain Dews, it's just like a. I don't know how to describe it. It's like just like a. I can't describe it without sounding super dirty. There's no way I don't know how to do it.
I don't know exactly what you're trying to say, but in my head, I'm thinking the word fuzzy.
No. This is going to sound so dirty. There is a thickness at the back of my throat. And that is the only way I can describe it. Bonk. And it doesn't sound like that.
Bonk.
It's not what you think.
Everybody spam thickness in the back of my throat.
You can definitely spam bonk. That's fine. But like that is what it feels like.
Everybody spam Diddy.
Yeah. No Diddy. Like there's actually like, again, this is also going to sound super dirty. It feels like there's excess fluid there. That is the only way I can describe it.
No.
It all sounds terrible. But you know exactly what I mean, right? Just not the dirty version.
No. I don't know what you mean at all.
I can't say my throat feels like it's closed a little bit. Like, that also sounds bad. There's nothing I said that doesn't sound dirty. Like, I am sorry. There's nothing that I could say.
Dancing Dak Prescott said Tom on his OF last night.
Pause is totally fine. I said it was going to sound dirty. I knew it doesn't sound good. I know it sounds bad. I know what it also describes. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm sorry. By the way, Andres Yabarvo, James Yabarvo into our Venmo 50-50 raffles. So take home right now is 40 on that race. Thank you, my friends. I said pause. I said it sounds bad before I even said it. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm sorry. No Diddy. Pause. Everything else. No Hawk 2. I don't know what else to say there. All right, let's go to number 5. Let's get off me. It is very sus. I know.
Better than Shannon Sharp.
I don't know. It actually might be worse than Shannon Sharp.
Might actually be worse.
It's probably worse than Shannon Sharp. All right, it's probably worse. Number 5. No letdown game. You have one of these pretty much every year, right? Denver, Arizona. You have games where you just don't show up. And oftentimes, and this is true for almost every team, it happens when they get a little bit too high on themselves. They start thinking their stuff don't stink. You cannot have a letdown game this week. You upset the Browns. Win this game you are favored in. Take care of business. Beat the Saints. Because if you lose this game, you are on fraud watch. Absolutely you are. And it's going to be a talking media point the entire week long. Like, you've got to win this game. I think it would have been it's not a must-win game, but if you want to have some confidence, if you want to be a contender, like this is the game you need to win. You know, I don't want to have my classic Cowboys letdown game in week 2. That's just not fun for me. You got the Ravens next week. I know that game's coming up. Ignore it. Beat the Saints. Because then you got Ravens, Giants. You go 3-1 each month. That's pretty freaking good. But you got to beat the Saints first. So what is your confidence level in the Cowboys beating the Saints today? 1 to 10 in the comments section of today's show. What is your confidence level? I'll give some shout-outs here as well. 7, 8, 7, 10, 10, 9, 10, 10, 8, 11, 7, 10, 8, 7.7, 7, 7, 4 from Ray Jr., 8.68. You were right there, though. 0.9. By the way, I will say, off topic here, and I'm not shading him, it's also very clear how much plastic surgery Tom Brady has had. It is, and I actually think it's not the best.
Hanging out with Kim K too much.
Well, he had it before he retired. I had a viral tweet go because I'm like, what happened to Tom Brady? And it was his rookie photo versus now. This is just all pulled back. He still looks good, but I actually think he looked better with not having any cheeks at all. Anyway, that's off topic there. Confidence level in beating these Saints. 5, 8, 7, 8, 8.7. Well, a lot of high numbers. Can't say I blame you guys. And you guys have to tell me if you think Brady's good or not. Because I don't hear him. The only times I would hear is I was waiting to hear a referee explanation. So I don't hear much. Sounds like it was he just didn't have great chemistry week 1. You probably hear more than I do, Chris, frankly.
Not much.
But yeah, your headset's are on, but even 2% more is better than anything. I don't.
What people told me, I didn't watch it at all, but what people told me was he would butt in and then not say anything.
Lack of comfort. That's what it is. And I think not having those production meetings is going to hurt too. I do. All right, let's talk matchups to watch here for the Cowboys and the Saints. Number 1, Mike Zimmer versus Clint Kubiak. Now, in many ways, it is a Kubiak reunion game. He worked under Mike Zimmer for several years in Minnesota, including being Zimmer's offensive coordinator back in 2021. His brother Klein Kubiak is still a scout for the Dallas Cowboys and has had some pretty good successes as a scout, by the way. So I'm sure Klein will be at the game and they'll meet up. Although, well, maybe not. Klein's probably on the road, actually. He's probably on the road. Maybe he got back in time for the game, but who knows? He was probably on the road. The big differences here. The Panthers in week 1, and this is just general offensive, defensive, overarching stat stuff here. Week 1, the Panthers blitzed 44% of the time. It's a massive figure. Now, they got home 20% of the time. That was it. They were 30th in pressure rate allowed, these Saints were. The Cowboys, meanwhile, blitzed 23.5% of the time. 20th blitz rate in the NFL. They got home at the 4th highest rate, nearly 50% of the time. That is you basically flip the blitz and pressure rates. You blitz a lot and you don't get home, you are cooked. You don't blitz a lot and you get home, the offense is cooked. That's just basic football. The biggest reason, one of the most confident reasons you had of optimism about hiring Mike Zimmer is specifically what he did against this tree, the Kyle Shanahan tree. Clint Kubiak falls in that category. He was the Niners coach last year before getting the Saints job. Plus, the Kubiak Shanahan system has heavy overlap, especially on the ground game, although Shanahan's lead more into gap stuff as opposed to zone stuff. That's for a different time and place there. But, Zimmer's defense versus Dan Quinn's defense. Polar opposites on the tree of, where they fit in. This is the type of game where you hire Mike Zimmer. This is your beta test against a Shanahan-style defense. So let's see what happens. All right. We are, first off, 6 likes away from a shot for 400. In the next 60 seconds, every 100 likes we do will be a shot. I might have regrets here. I also forgot that every $100 total in Super Chats, we're going to add a bean. So I owe one for 100, 200. We're doing Mardi Gras beads today. And we're also now 15 away from another one. So there we go. actually kind of looks good, I think. I was a little bit worried how it was going to look, like vibe or not. It's Mardi Gras, right? Saints. Get it? It's fun. We'll do some fun stuff in-game, potentially, with these as well. So I guess that, this is Super Chat only. You know what? We'll do it for Venmo. Why not? Let's count it for the Venmo. More is more, right? I have 50.
New Orleans actually knocked Mardi Gras off. Mardi Gras started in Mobile, Alabama.
So Chris is from Alabama.
It's a big thing.
I'm going to trust you. This also could very well fall into the fake local legend lore.
Nope, Mardi Gras started with Joe Cain.
Look, all I'm going to say.
They don't even have Joe Cain Day in New Orleans.
Look, all I'm going to say is if you ask people from Columbus, Ohio, where did Cane's, the restaurant, start, Raising Cane's, they will swear it was in Columbus. When it did not. It was in Louisiana. It just, they had one in Ohio way earlier than everywhere else. So they claim it. So, all right. Every 100 likes is a shot. We got how much time left here? Call 30 seconds. We'll round up there. I owe one for 400. They got to get to 490 something. I should have written that down, but I ain't. 479. We're close. 20 seconds left. Woo! Double check my family league. 482 with 8 seconds left. I don't know, Chris. Gonna come down to the wire. 489. Let's wait for the last update. I think we needed 494. 499, we'll count it. We'll count it. There we go. All right, let's get to the second matchup to watch here. It's Cam Jordan versus Terrence Steele. And this, unlike what you saw with Micah Parsons, where they kind of lined him up everywhere and put him there and put him there and put him there, the Saints don't move around their players. Chase Young is going to get Tyler Guyton. Cam Jordan is going to get Terrence Steele. Now, Cam Jordan is a bit more in the DeMarcus Lawrence style of passer at this point in his career, where he probably doesn't have the same athletic juice he did at his peak, at his prime. He's not bad, don't get me wrong, but he's also very smart. He's a very smart football player who has a good pressure package, who knows different moves, knows how to set stuff up. So this is going to be a challenging test for Terrence Steele because you can't really keep two guys down on each side of the ball. It's tough to keep a running back in to help your right tackle and a tight end to chip on your left tackle. Because that's how you kind of get into like a three-man route concept, and if they're bringing 4, 3 versus 7's bad math. It's not what you want. So there will be times you're on an island, Terrence Steele. Don't let Cam Jordan beat you. You're going to have to show up. So your offensive line, your tackles in particular in general, are always going to be pretty critical aspects of what you're trying to do on that side of the football. Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time is the place for last-minute tickets to your next big event. Game Time Picks, a new feature launched on Game Time, makes getting tickets to your favorite teams play live even easier. It filters out the fluff to only show you the incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Download the Game Time app today and use code CHATSPORTS once you create your account to get $20 off your first purchase. You can still go to the Cowboys-Saints game last second. Tickets are available even an hour after the game starts, although if you're not there for kickoff for a football game, what's the point? Concerts? That's actually super valuable as far as I'm concerned. Because, like, opening act, you didn't see it. Anyway, I digress. Terms do apply. But again, create your account. Redeem code CHATSPORTS, ChatSports, for $20 off. Download Game Time today, because what time is it? It's game time. Let's go through our Super Chat menu here with a half hour to go until kickoff. First off, I didn't forget, second shot. $10 gets you in to our Dak Prescott jersey raffle at the end of today's game. If you have a Dak, we can do a Lamb or a Micah or somebody else. So that's totally fine. Hawkeyes wants a Lamb. Anthony wants a Micah. Not a problem at all. $50 is 2 shots. The chances for shots will go away once the game gets going, at least for part of it. It's part of the boss's plan to not let me get drunk, or not let me get too drunk, I suppose. $100. You go in the beer bong of honor. Hawkeyes, Anthony, twice by the way, already in there. We got maybe 2, 3, 4 if I get creative spots left before everyone whose name is on there will be entered into a raffle, and the winner gets it. And we'll ship it out to you. I would say wash it in the dishwasher before you get it, because if there's even a little bit of moisture, you know what happens with a little bit of moisture in a UPS or USPS or FedEx truck, right? We know what's going to happen there. So wash it before you do anything there. Every 200 likes is a shot. We are not that far away right now from another one. 600's our next figure. Might have been a mistake because I kind of did one for 500 too, but it's fine. The specialty menus. $500 Super Chat, the largest amount possible. Custom Cowboys jersey. Instead of wearing CeeDee Lamb, I'll wear your name, your number, whatever you choose, and we'll put that on backwards so you can see your name. Hopefully Anthony McMillan's arrives this week. That is my hope and prayer. The most hundreds in September is a full-sized Cowboys helmet. We'll ship that out to you. Anthony McMillan has the lead at 5. Jacko's got 4. Vanquish Time has 2. And Hawkeyes has 1. Every $100 total in Super Chats. We'll keep adding more Mardi Gras beads, which will be super fun if we get to the turnover chain to go on top of those. So we are 15 away from that. The MVP of today's show for now, Hawkeyes. At 2:30, would get the custom Cowboys Report MVP football. I can sign it or not. Up to you guys there. Anthony McMillan is in second with 200. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at halftime and at the end of today's game. Andres Yabarvo and James Yabarvo, Ryan McCartney, and Hawkeyes are in for that. So $20 to enter at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. With still 25 minutes until kickoff, the take-home's already 40. I suspect that will go and grow moving forward. Number 3, matchup to watch. Underthrown passes against the Cowboys DBs. Trigger warning. Do you guys remember that Thanksgiving game? 2019, I think it was. Derek Carr. The Cowboys in that game had 96 penalty yards on third down stops. They got off the field 5 different times in that game and had penalties that gave the Saints a second chance. They scored on all of those drives. I think there were 3 or 4 drives total. I was in shambles over that game because they just gave it away. Frankly, there were some very bad calls in that game. Very bad calls. They were just underthrown balls that were underthrown by 10 or 15 yards, and you bail out a crappy throw because, the receiver had to come back for it, and the DB's playing good technique, but it's underthrown, so it's DPI. You're not going to turn your head expecting the ball to be 15 yards behind. That's just not how football works. That's why the first thing I did if I was NFL commissioner, I am banning DPI for underthrown balls. I'm not going to allow it. It's ridiculous. So hopefully, it doesn't happen today. Otherwise, I will have a lot of trauma that comes back up in that game. Matchup number 4 to watch: Mike McCarthy against Dennis Allen. And let's update the Saints Super Chat numbers, and we'll check in on that here. You got an offensive-minded guy, a defensive-minded guy. I think Dennis Allen's a good defensive coach. I don't know how good of a true head coach Dennis Allen is. I don't. I think I think he is who he is. I think his offensive coordinator choice was fairly inspired. But neither guy would rank in the top 10 of coaches for me. I still think McCarthy's better. I don't know if that's a very high bar to clear. But I do think this is and I put this on here mostly to say, Mike, you can't be farting around again today. You have got to do your job properly. If there is a chance for a 66-yard field goal, don't let the delay of game happen. And I get you blame the officials. That is fine. Okay. But you got to be aware of the play clock. And call your timeout to yell at the officials. You had 2 of them. You wasted them. You let them go to nothing. And you cost yourself a chance at three free points. Because Auburn's going to make it. Well, at least have a good chance at making it. Now, if you get that today, he might be good from 71. Because it's in a dome. You get better conditions there. Hopefully you don't have to deal with it. But we shall see. Here is the Super Chat battle between the Cowboys Report and Saints Now. Look, I'll be honest, guys. I want to bury them. I want to embarrass them in this figure. My mindset, Saints Supers count double. Because that's how it does when we play the Raiders. So these count double. That's my mindset. So let's bury them. Let's get more supers. Again, it's $10 for 2 Dak Prescott jersey raffle entries. $50 for 2 shots. The shots options will not be available in-game, at least for the first half. And then maybe not at all. It just depends on how I'm feeling, per the boss's mandates. $100, that won't go away. Beer Bong of Honor. Got beers here. Got fresh beers. Nice and cold. We got, I can't do math. I'm not going to bother. Like 5 or 6 left, something like that. I don't know. Including that one. Who knows? Let's get those supers in there. Who do you think is the better head coach? MM for Mike McCarthy. DA for Dennis Allen. I do think it is Mike McCarthy. Head coach. Offense, you're going to pick Mike. Defense, you're going to pick Allen. It's kind of a no-brainer there. But head coach, I'll take Big Mike over Dennis Allen. I also know for a fact from Trace, if they lose this game, he's going to be right back on the fired Dennis Allen train. Going to be right back on it. So, and probably start Spencer Rattler too. Is probably what I give him till like week 10 before he says one time to start Spencer Rattler. Probably take the under on that too. Get those head coaching votes in. MM for Mike McCarthy, DA for Dennis Allen. Number 5 matchup to watch. Your defensive spine against Saints. And what I mean by spine is it's the middle of the field, right? It's your DTs, your linebackers, sometimes your nickel corners, and your safeties. Because the Saints will try to attack that. Their rushing stats in week 1, not including Thursday Night Football game, that's not in the conversation here. They were 3rd in yards, 7th in EPA per carry, 9th in success rates. Now, they were 5th in explosives. So they busted some nice runs. What is most noteworthy to me, they were only 18th in yards before contact, but they were 9th in yards after contact, which I think is an indication of their running backs played pretty well, and they made some guys miss and broke some tackles. The Cowboys tackled pretty damn well against the Browns, which you don't always see in week 1. But I think this is the type of game where if you tackle well and force them into 3rd downs, that is where your defense is at its best. But if you can't stop the run, we've seen it time and time again, the defense does not play as well. Give me your score predictions for the Cowboys against the Saints. Give some shout-outs here as well. And give me just a cup of water real quick. Just water is fine. Get those score predictions in. I see 24-10 from MJ. 90-0 Cowboys. Oh, how I wish. It's a lot of fun to do a blowout watch party because it's just hype nonstop. 27-18 Cowboys. 43-12 Cowboys. 52-3 Saints. drop another toaster on my tub. 35-14 Cowboys. 69 Cowboys. Nice. 24-17 Cowboys. 28-7 Cowboys. 45-21 Cowboys. 33-21. 38-24. 41-31. 33-20. 26-8. 6-6-6-69. A Devil's three-way right there. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Helps remove the you-know-what. 21-17, 28-7, 38-17, 26-8. Cowboys scoregami. Confession, I've never been that into the scoregami stuff.
I'll be even bigger confession. I don't even know what it is.
It's just it's a unique score relative to home and road.
Oh, it's never happened.
Never happened before.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. 30-20, 27-21, 27-20. They cheat by doing the home road stuff, which actually probably makes more sense now I think about it, but it's fine. 31-14, 30-13, 38-17, 31-14. Somebody just said that they pooped themselves. Toddlers shouldn't be on. Chris loved that, apparently, by the way. 9-6 with just field goals.
I used to have a friend that would, have to drive a lot for work. It was, once a week, man. He would, send us a Snapchat and be like, oh, gotta change my pants again. That's why I found that hilarious, because every time somebody said they shit themselves.
Respectfully, what the fuck?
Yeah, I agree with you. But once a week, he would be like, oh, shit myself again.
There's nothing that I can say right now that isn't wildly offensive. So I'm just going to not say anything.
It was wild. It was wild. We made fun of him every time it happened. Like a grown man. I say grown. 24, 25 years old.
That's a grown-ass man.
That's a grown man, yeah.
I got fucking nothing right now. I got nothing. All right, Super Chat menu. 16 minutes left, so getting close to final calls on these $10. 2 entries into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. If you already have a Dak jersey, we'll give you a Micah or Lamb or whatever you want. That's totally fine. $50, 2 shots. I lost count of how many I did. This is what we have left. We've got plenty left of our northern discomfort, since northern aggression has a negative connotation we should not be using. $100, beer bong of honor. We got a few more of those left before we got to get a new beer bong and shoot that out to the winner. Every 200 likes is a shot. We're 11 likes away. We're definitely going to get there. The specialty Super Chat menu, $500, the biggest Super Chat allowed. A custom Cowboys jersey. You pick the name, the number, I'll wear it. Anthony McMillan's, I'm hoping, arrives next week. Otherwise, I'll be really mad about it. Most hundreds in September. Full size, custom Cowboys helmets. I guess not custom, but the full-sized one. The leaderboard right now, Anthony McMillan has 5. Jacko's got 4. Vanquish Time has 2. Hawkeyes has 1. Every $100 total, add another Mardi Gras bead that I will wear throughout today's show because it's the Saints game. Get it? New Orleans, Mardi Gras. We're 15 away from one of those. MVP, right now it's Hawkeyes at 230, Anthony McMillan at 200. Custom, Week 2, Cowboys Report football, MVP, signed or unsigned. That's what you do there. Mr. Q Lee says, make Tom do push-ups. If you specify, we'll keep it easy math, 5-1 Super Chat for a push-up. 5-1, if you specify. There you go. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle again today. We have enough to run it at halftime. With take-home is 40, but I want to get that number up. At What Going Down, you can enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That's at What Going Down, $20 to enter the raffle. We'll do it at the halftime and at the end of today's game. Let's go to number 5, players to watch. Tyler Guyton. You will need him to play up to expectations. He's going to get a lot of Chase Young in this matchup. And I think it is a much better matchup for Chase Young than the Myles Garrett won. Like, Chase Young's a good football player. I'm not slandering Chase Young intentionally, but not even Chase Young would say he's a better player than Myles Garrett if he's being honest about himself. And I think last year you saw, or last week I should say, you saw inconsistencies in his technique. When he gets beat, it's often because he lowers that head and headbutts and waist bends, headbutts, and kind of takes himself out of play and limits his technique and his flaws there. So I think you have to be a little bit better for Guyton. Chase Young can get some pass rush there. He'll also take some plays off on the ground. You could run the ball pretty effectively today. We got a $10 super chat. I owe a shot for 600 likes, by the way, too. From OG Heroic, says he'd love a Tank Lawrence jersey. All right. OG, if you win, we will make it a Tank Lawrence jersey. Not a problem at all, my friend. Bottoms up. Here we go. There we go. So again, every $10 super chat gets you 2 entries into what we're saying is a Dak Prescott jersey. If you already have one, we can swap it out. That's not an issue at all. Because otherwise, what's the point? Like, half the audience is a Dak jersey. No. We'll make it Dak if you don't have one, but otherwise it's up to you guys with what you want there. So $10 for that. That will drop down to $1 or 1 entry for 10 once we get to the start of today's game. Now, if you have not already, it is a great time to subscribe to the Cowboys Report. My challenge here is to get to 195,000 subscribers. If we get there today, I'll do a free beer bong. If we get there before kickoff, I'll make it a jungle bong, which is you pour the beer in and then add some alcohol on top of it, which is not fun because I took out the stopper on this thing because I don't like the stopper for pouring shots, and that pours in pretty quickly. So that is if we get there before today's game starts. It'll be the entire jungle bong. Otherwise, it'll be a normal bong when we get there for 195,000 subscribers. By the way, Crystal, real quick, is in to our 50-50 raffle. Got you covered there, Crystal. Let's do Crystal J because it will fit better on the graphic. So thank you, Crystal. Appreciate that. Take home now 50 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Keep on subbing as we discuss our... No, you're good. That's what I wanted to do. Players to watch number 4, Jordan Lewis. Remember the last time the Cowboys played the Saints? I think it was last time. Or maybe it was the second to last time. Either way, Jordan Lewis was awesome in that football game. He shut down peak and prime Alvin Kamara. And I have been the last month, 2 months of football, not, into July, whatever. I have loved what I've seen from Jordan Lewis. He is playing well above his weight class. He is being physical. He allowed 4 catches on 5 targets, only for 14 yards, 0 first downs. If we're going to do success rate for passing, Jordan Lewis had a 0% success rate allowed. It was a catch. I don't care if it's 3rd and 7 and you allow a 5-yard catch. Who cares? That's fine. That is not an issue. I really like what I have seen so far out of Jordan Lewis. And against the Saints, he's going to have to show up again because they got better playmakers on the outside. Chris Olave, Shaheed's a dynamic vertical threat, and Alvin Kamara. I need a good game out of Jordan Lewis again. The last dodo, $10. A Tom Downey jersey number 69 for me. Love you, man. Wearing Witten jersey today. I appreciate that, the last dodo. That's funny. It's quite funny. Again, if there's a $500 super chat, for whoever does it, I will get the Tom Downey 69 jersey and wear that throughout the season. Mix and match with Anthony's whenever that one arrives, and then ship it out to the end of the year. So $500 for the custom instantly. No need to go through the raffle there. That's from the last dodo. Andres Yabarvo, $10. CD, please, wearing the Dak jersey and the beer hat of honor right now. He did win last year's with the black one. We've moved to the beer bong because it was a lot easier. Because the beer hat, it just didn't flow right. The way it took a lot of effort to drink beer, and that's not what I wanted. It was supposed to be easy, funnel on down. Didn't happen quite right. So Andres, you are in for the jersey raffle. We're past 400 in supers. Let's add another bead. See how many beads we can get today. We're at 5, I think, right now. We're at 5, and now we're 75 away from another one. Number 3, Brandon Cooks, the wide receiver. It's a revenge game of sorts for Brandon Cooks because he was drafted by the Saints and has played pretty well when he's gone up against them in his previous opportunities. And Cooks played well against the Browns, by the way. 4 catches, 40 yards, and a score. It was a really nice touchdown. It was a great throw. Dak against an all-out blitz. Free rushers on him. Handles it. Stands in. Makes the throw. And I think I need to see, with Jake Ferguson out, probably going to give some of those targets to Cooks. Maybe some to Jalen Tolbert as well. Now, Cooks scored the first touchdown last week for the Dallas Cowboys. Who scores the first touchdown this week? Get those answers in for me in the comments of today's show. Who scores the first touchdown this week for the Dallas Cowboys? I see Zeke. Zeke is always a good answer. By the way, I did not take the Zeke anytime TD like I took last week. I got it last week for like plus 230. It's minus 120 today. They learned their lesson. They figured it out. That was probably a one-time banger. Maybe next week it'll drop again. Zeke Lamb, pick 6. It's definitely not going to be DeRon Bland. He's out. Zeke, Diggs, CD, Diggs, Zeke, Diggs, Lamb, Dowdle, Diggs, CD, Diggs, Tolbert. A lot of Diggs is in there. That'd be good. I would a pick 6 is always electric. CD, Dak quarterback rush. Somebody said me. I would die if I had to play football at this point. Like actual, like not like flag. Flag I'm fine. But like real football, I would die. One hit, dead, coma for a year. Cooks, Zeke, Turpin, Schoonmaker, no Jake Ferguson. Schoonmaker's going to be involved. Deuce Vaughn, Turpin, Lipke. I don't mind Lipke at all, actually. That's kind of a fun, like, lower line one. Diggs on the interception. Zeke, Turpin off a kickoff. God, I'd lose my mind. Zeke, Cooks, CD. Got Jerry Jones in there. Can't be Jake Ferguson. He's not playing today. Zeke, Kalen Carson, Deuce Vaughn on a kickoff. I am very curious Dallas is anything different because they had Wanye Thomas back there as the other returner, and they kicked it to Turpin anyway. Trayvon Diggs, pick 6. CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin. Okay. Brandon Aubrey. Trick play. What is this? Brian Kelly, Chip Kelly doing chaos on or Les Miles with the fake field goal. He loved those fake field goals. Zeke from 3 yards out. Zeke again. I think Zeke's probably like your best bet. It's probably got the best odds in its favor there. The Prune, a $2 super chat. The drunker Tom gets, the better the Cowboys play. You said I was pretty drunk for the Packers game last year. You say that. I don't know if that's actually true there in the end. Dominator, $50 super chat. It's 2 shots. Says, cheers, Tom. I'm not going to lie. I got a bad feeling for how this game's going to turn out. You know, on one hand, I feel better about it than I did before week 1, and also worse. Cowboys played better in week 1, and I feel good about that. But so did the Saints. The Saints played better than what I thought they were going to. So I am cautiously optimistic. This is a game they should win. I see a path in which they lose. I do. And I'll be mad if this is a should win. If that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't, but I think it mostly does. So cheers to you guys. Number 2 player to watch, DeMarvion Overshown. Look, he's not Micah Parsons, not who he is, but as an actual linebacker, it's a lot of stuff to like. He was, now I doubt you spy him like you did against Deshaun Watson because Derek Carr is not going to run and dance in the pocket quite as much. But I think you will see Overshown again be impactful. Make plays against run. He had, from a closing speed perspective, closest you got to Micah Parsons. You need more of that again in this one. Number one player to watch, Ezekiel Elliott. I thought in the first half last week, I thought he played pretty darn well. Had some nice runs, looked efficient, looked effective. Second half, not so good. That's why his advanced stats don't look nearly as good. Rush yards over expected, minus 1.7. Now, the reason being, he made one guy miss on a screen, and that was kind of it. And over expected does include at some point you make some guys miss. Now, the EPA was pretty high because he didn't go backwards, and he had a touchdown, which is what you brought him in to do, so that's fine with me. The success rate, I want to see 5 to 10% growth. Now, they also didn't give him any real runs in short yardage, which I found kind of interesting outside of the goal line run. But he did not face stacked boxes. And this is what you're going to see, for the Cowboys, but also across the board in the NFL. It's going to be light boxes. You're not going to have cover 3 looks that are obvious. It's going to be 2 shell coverage. Let's not let Dak and Lamb cook us through the air. Make the Cowboys run the football. So when you get a stacked box and a not great success rate, that's how you get a low rush yards over expected. The yards to contact were not bad because Zeke always falls forward. Like I can't recall the last time I really remember him seeing Zeke get hit and like going backwards and getting not even no yards, not even getting just one, he gets like 2. He always falls forward. He does a great job of that. I do still need, though, explosive plays on the ground. Because if they're going to take him away from me through the air, you know what's a great play? First and you pick up 12 yards. You did it on the ground? It's a good play. You didn't do that except for one time with Dowdle picking up 11. Andres Yabar, what do you need to overcome more? The Saints' offensive line or the defensive line? I think the defense line is a tougher matchup for you. Because the defense is, I think, a better unit than the offensive line. The offensive line played great last week for the Saints. Sorry, someone said last time he went backwards was when he played center. Yes, but also cheating. I think that you can get pressure with 4 again. Show your blitzes, drop back, have some success there. So let's go one more time through our Super Chat menu, then we'll go into this. Because this is the last call on the pregame Super Chat menu. $10 is 2 Dak Prescott jersey raffle entries. Or if you have a Dak, we'll give you a lamb like the one I'm wearing today or a Micah Parsons or whatever. $50 last call, 2 shots. $100 Cowboys beer bong of honor. Every 200 likes is a shot. 800's the next number. We're less than 100 away. We could potentially get there. $500, the custom Cowboys jersey. You can pick your name number. I'll wear it in games this year, and then we'll ship it out to you at the end of the season. Most hundreds in September. Push that across from me, Chris. A full-sized Cowboys helmet. We've got the leaderboard is Anthony Milne has 5. Jacko's got 4. Vanquish Time has 2. Hawkeyes has 1. Every $100 total. We'll add some more beads that I'll wear. We're at $469.90, by the way. Nice. MVP of today's game. That's the most Super Chats combined. Right now it's Hawkeyes at 230. Cowboys Report MVP football. Signed or unsigned, up to you. We'll ship it out to you. And we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey for that one. Roy, I got you covered on the Venmo jersey entry. So thank you very much, Roy. You are in. The take-home right now on the Venmo raffle is $50. We'll do one at halftime. So I think we'll have chances to do more of those as the show goes along. We are moments away from kickoff. So whoever comments the most in the next 60 seconds gets a free entry into our Dak Prescott jersey giveaway. If we beat our chat rate high of 344, it will be 2 entries. So That is how you get in on that. So get those comments in. Cowboys won the toss, and they have deferred. So Saints will start with the ball on offense. Get those comments in. Got moments to go until kickoff of this one. Saints, Cowboys at AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas. We'll let Chris pick the winners of the most comments, because otherwise it's just chaos and not fun for me. Try to pick one and also call the game. My TV's over here as a reminder. That's why I'm always looking off screen. I got to see stuff. Get those comments in. Saints 1-0. Cowboys 1-0. Saints beat up on Carolina. Dallas took it to the Cleveland Browns in week 1. There's now a confused Downey account, by the way, which I assume is also Toxic Tom Downey Burner just changed his name again. There we go. Keep the comments coming. Last call, $10 gets you in the Dak Prescott jersey raffle. It's 2 of them. If we get a 50, I'll still do 2 shots up until kickoff. Aaron Andrews, Fox, Saints in the black, Cowboys in the white. We have beat our chat rate high already, Chris, so it will be 2 winners. After kickoff, we'll announce those winners. Remember, Cowboys won the toss. They deferred to the second half. Oh, Micah's wearing a sleeve today. So Brandon Aubrey on for the kick. Curious what he does. He was working on that kind of like punch hook, I call it, where it's a low line drive kick to bounce inside the 10 and hopefully go out of the end zone for a touchback, but hasn't always worked out. It's very tough. Kick is away from Aubrey, does a low snap hook, bounces to 20, and goes out of the end zone for a touchback. I believe that should be at the 20 then. So that low snap hook drive from Brandon Aubrey off the kick. Chris, who are 2 winners?
Our first one is going to be Evan Rosales.
Okay.
And we're going to do Brent Workman.
Okay. Brent Workman and Evan Gonzalez.
Rosales,
sorry. Saints coming out then on offense following the kickoff from Brandon Aubrey. That will be ball at their own 20 because it was a touchback, so a perfect kick by Brandon Aubrey. Cowboys got Kendricks, Leafau, and Clark out there at linebacker. Toss right. Here comes Damone Clark and Micah Parsons. It's a gain of just 1. Man, Clark came slicing through that hole, and Micah did a great job on run support as well. It is 2nd and 9 from the Saints' 21-yard line. So when they're in that 3-down look at linebacker, 3 linebackers, they had Leafau, Clark, and Kendricks out there. Taysom Hill in the game at, I think, running back? He's at fullback. Cowboys brought the nickel package out. Looks like Overshone and Kendricks. It's a reverse and a lot of space for Shaheed. Trayvon Diggs helps with support. Parsons can't bring him down. It's a gain of 7. Kalen Carson made the tackle, so a little reverse action there from the Saints. I like that play call a lot, by the way, against that aggressive Cowboys front. 3rd down, type in those 3s. Got a $10 super chat that came in. From Crystal, you are into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. 3rd down, spam those 3s. It's 3rd and 2. Whole playbook's in front of you. They got Parsons kind of lining up alongside Tank over the right tackle. Carr, play action, has time, throws, caught for a 1st down. Carson brings down Shaheed for a 1st down pickup. Just enough time. They brought pressure off the right side. They Alvin Kamara did a nice job just to buy enough time for Parsons. I wish Clark attacked with more aggressiveness there. Shaheed on a cross. He's just faster than Kalen Carson is. That's an easy 1st down pickup. So Saints ball, 1st and 10 at the 44.5-yard line. They're going to motion Foster Moreau from left to right. I-form set. Carr. Hands off to Taysom Hill. Hill is going to get 2 yards. Maurice Leafau and Tank Lawrence make the tackle. As Mozzie Smith engaging in some words after the play, it's a gain of maybe 2. Second down coming up. So a lot more run early down action for Maurice Leafau because they've done more 3 linebacker looks, which means no Jordan Lewis. Osa, Mozzie, Tank, Micah, Clark, Leafau, and Kendricks out there. Pistol offset. Adam Prentice in the game at fullback. They motion tight end from right to left. Now motion tight end on that side too. So strong left side formation. Carr drops back, throws in the middle. Wide open man. Shaheed first down. That's too easy. That is way too easy for Derek Carr. Nobody near Shaheed. Cowboys in zone, and Shaheed just settled right down in between everybody. So it's another first down pickup as Micah Parsons gets a breather here. 1st and 10, now in Cowboys territory. 11:50 to go here in the first quarter. Saints offense has moved the ball quite effectively. Kamara's the lone back. Derek Carr will go under center. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers, Olave, Shaheed. And Saints have to burn a timeout. They were not going to be ready for that play call. And they burn a timeout. The Cowboys had subbed Marshawn Nealand out there. They'd subbed Jordan Phillips. They'd subbed Linval Joseph. Maybe they go back with that starting defensive unit out there. 1st and 10 Saints. Ball at the Cowboys 44. A good opening drive so far for New Orleans. Dallas's defense allowed 1 third down pickup already. It was 3rd and 2. It was a little easy. So 1st and 10. Derek Carr's 2 of 2 for 26 yards. They're going to come out with a single back set. So they did change the play, it looks like. 2 receivers right, tight end left. I think there's a tight end over there too. They motion Foster Moreau. Play action pass. Carr has some time. Downfield. Wide open. Chris Olave. Trayvon Diggs gets the tackle inside the 10. Derek Carr is a very good play action quarterback, and that was way too easy. And Carr showing some of that attitude, jawing. I think that's kind of some match zone principles, and they just brought somebody across the formation. Way too easy opening drive. Saints now in the Rocket Money red zone. RocketMoney.com/Cowboys. Links in the comments in the live chat. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. 8 in the box for Dallas. I-form set. Handoff up the right side. Kamara cuts it back and is in. Touchdown. Terrible opening drive for the Cowboys defense. Terrible opening drive. So now your offense got to show up. They ran I-form set. Tell you what, Jordan Phillips got pushed straight back on that play. They ran right at him. That was a bad rep from Jordan Phillips. Extra points is good. 7-0. 10:50 into the first quarter. That was bad. They marched right down the field. 4 carries, 15 yards, the 5-yard touchdown run by Alvin Kamara. Derek Carr was 3 of 3 for 65 yards and then got wide open guys. Linval Joseph got pushed Jordan Phillips got pushed straight off the ball. Joseph didn't do a great job either. But they ran right at Jordan Phillips, pushed straight back. Can't have it. You got big boys up front. Your linebackers can't make plays if your D-line just gets pushed straight back. Here's today's Super Chat menu. $10. You are entered into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. $50. This is per Mitch, who made me do it. Will flash for beads. I'll put one on, and I'll flash everybody. You can see the dad bod I've cultivated here. $100, the Beer Bong of Honor. We'll do 2 beers out of it. Have some fun with it. $50, a custom Cowboys jersey. $500 for the custom Cowboys jersey. $100 for the beer bong of honor. $50. We'll flash some beads there. Or I'll flash 4 beads if you want that. Could be fun, could not be fun. $20 to enter the Venmo, 50-50 raffle as well. At What Going Downey to get in on that one. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home right now is 20. Or is 50. I am all over the place with math today, apparently. $20 to enter, 50 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. 50 is your take home. If we get more, we'll up that number. So at What Going Down to get in on that one. Our goal today is to have more likes than we did in our Browns game. If we get to 1,000 right now, I'll make Chris do a shot. 1,000 right now, Chris will do one.
Should be pretty easy. Only 100 away.
Yeah, it should be very easy to do.
4,000 people watching, man.
They're showing the replay of that play-action pass between Olave and Diggs. See, I think they're in zone here. Let's see if the replay shows that. Yeah, see, I think they're in zone. And I think that Diggs is supposed to get some help there and didn't have it. That's what I think happened there. Either way, it's his man. The yards allowed go against him. 1,000 likes. Chris, you owe a shot. Kickoff is here. Brought out by Wanye Thomas. And Thomas is going to get to the 20, and that's about it. They kicked it away from Kevontae Turpin. Allowed Wanye Thomas to do that kickoff return. He's the second guy right there. I don't think he should have gone up to the right side. But, by the way, out there to start the game at running back is Rico Dowdle, not Ezekiel Elliott. Interesting. I should have said first 2 weeks. I would have had a drop toaster on my tub. Lamb coming in motion from right to left. Looks like man coverage. Prescott in the shotgun. Going to roll right. Throws it to Lamb, who picks up 5.5, 6. Again, I don't love these rollout plays. It worked. Those just make me anxious. So Lipke comes on. Tolbert goes off. Schoonmaker in there at tight end. And they're going offset eye under center. Dowdle the single back. Ball to 20.5-yard line. Got to get to the 31 for a first down. 2nd and 6. Prescott. Hand off to Dowdle. Dowdle is going to get the first down. Type in those ones. A successful running play right there as Dowdle picks up 6 on the ground. Type in those ones. No Marshawn Lattimore today for the New Orleans Saints. No Jake Ferguson for the Cowboys. So Schoonmaker going to motion from out wide to inline, with Tolbert replacing Lipke on this play from the 31.5-yard line. Prescott play action. Has some time. Finds Schoonmaker, who picks up 7-ish. Pete Werner in coverage. Schoonmaker beat him. I believe that is Schoonmaker's first catch of the season. So 2nd down coming up as they will they'll shift out extra receivers. Cooks and Lamb get a breather. Tolbert and Brooks check in with Lipke. This screams, we're going to run the football on 2nd and 2.5. Lipke motions to the left side. Play action, boot right. There's nobody there. But Dak finds Schoonmaker for a one-handed grab and a first down. Free runner in his face. Great catch by Schoonmaker. I thought Cam Jordan was about to, and Tyrann Mathieu were going to light up Dak. That's a great catch by Schoonmaker. One-handed, kind of. Pinned it against his helmet, brought it in. Doing your job there, Scooney. 2 in the backfield. It's Deuce Vaughn and Kevontae Turpin. Turpin, orbit motion. Hand off to Deuce Vaughn, and Vaughn is going to get a yard on that. Not a lot of room to run. I like that package. Phrasing, but intentional. but not much room there for Deuce Vaughn. Maybe was a little bit hesitant, but I don't know if he would have got much more than what was blocked there in that situation. So Vaughn and Turpin both stay in the backfield here. I call it split slot. 20 personnel. Screen to Turpin. Turpin is going to get the catch and pick up a couple yards there. Not great blocking by Jalen Tolbert as Lante Taylor makes the tackle. So 3rd and 3. Type in those threes. Cowboys ball at the Saints 46. I would argue close to 4-down territory. Although with Brandon Aubrey's leg, you're already in field goal range. See what Dallas does here. Dowdle, Cooks, Schoonmaker, Lamb, and Tolbert. Prescott high snap, corrals, hands off to Dowdle, right at the marker. Depends on the spot. They're going to mark him short. 4th down coming up. The Cowboys going tempo here. Sneak it. Prescott sneaks it and gets it with ease to the 30 or the 41-yard line. They had Brevin Spann-Ford in on that 3rd down play too. So type in those ones. 1st down Dallas. No tush push needed, just a straight sneak. Inside of 7 to go here in the first quarter. Dowdle, Lipke, Spann-Ford, Lamb, and Cooks. 2 tight ends right, 2 by 2, 2 receivers left. Prescott in the shotgun, barking out some signals. They're going to flip sides with Dowdle. There's room to run left. It's a pass play. Dowdle takes a shot. Wheel route. Dowdle! Incomplete. That was not a great throw from Prescott. Got to lead him a little bit more. There's safety help coming over. I think Dak thought the safety was going to get there quicker than what he did. A little bit more lead, and the wheel route has a big chance for a play. You could have easily called DPI there if you wanted to, but I do think letting the boys play makes more sense because he got there a little bit early. 2nd and 10 as Jalen Brooks checks in the game. 4 receivers, 1 running back. Lamb in motion from left to right. Now back to the left side. Play clock down to 5. The snap comes. Pletcher coming. Prescott dancing, throwing across his body, and incomplete. Had Lamb. That's a tough throw to make. A flag also comes out. This might not have mattered either way. Lamb shaking his head in frustration. That's a pretty dangerous throw by Prescott. This might be holding. On the defense, holding. 1st down, Dallas. Maybe that's why Lamb was shaking his head. And now it was Paulson Adebo versus Jalen Brooks. And yes, that is why honestly, this is a good holding by Paulson Adebo. That is a touchdown if he doesn't drag him down to the ground. So 1st and 10 Cowboys. Ball at the 35.5. Turpin in the game. Orbit motion behind Prescott. Pumps the screen. Dak downfield and throws away a lot of contact. And another flag comes out. They tried to run the fake bubble vertical shot. And CeeDee Lamb very blatantly getting held on that one. It's on Will Harris, the safety. I mean, you saw it too, Chris. You have to throw the flag there. It might not be DPI, but it is holding. What? Holding on the offense. Maybe. CeeDee Lamb is getting tackled. But it's still defensive holding if you're holding him downfield. Doesn't have to be catchable. That's a joke call. F the refs in the comments. 1st and 20. They're going to run the football with Dowdle. Dowdle, I thought maybe got face masks. Did not. Picked up 3. I mean, maybe a hold on Guyton. We're just going to miss blatant face masks. Wake the fuck up, refs. That is a blatant face mask. Prescott going to check it down to Turpin. Turpin is going to break a tackle and still get no yards there. It should have been a first down. Rico Dowdle, clear as day, gets face masked. Just straight up pulled by the face mask, and the refs are blind as shit again. Unbelievable. 2 straight terrible calls in favor of the Saints. So 3rd and 18 now. I don't have any play calls for 3rd and 18, folks. I just don't have them. Prescott going empty. 3-man pressure. Dak stepping up, checking down to Dowdle. Dowdle will make one guy miss, but only pick up about 7. Again, they just said you can have 7 yards, take away the 20-yard gain. I completely blame the refs on that one. You bail them out from holding on to them and give a holding on to the other guy, which I think was a pretty soft call. Like, I would not have called it against Micah, frankly. And then you just miss a blatant face mask. Blatant against Rico Dowdle. So field goal time from 52 from Brandon Aubrey. Never missed outside of 50. Left hash, kick is up. And good, just inside the right upright. Spam those alien emojis. Think you could have got 7 if not for some ref screw-aroundery on that one. Trying not to swear there. But Cowboys on the board. No big plays, though, there. 0 plays over 10 yards. Got it. You ran 12 plays. You got to have more big plays in there. Got to have them. Today's show is made possible by Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bill so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Appreciate Rocket Money sponsoring us here at the Dallas Cowboys Report. Abjit Pawar, we'll get to his. We missed his, by the way. There it is. Why are the Cowboys going to an offense? Too many checkdowns. They tried to dial up some deep shots. The one incompletion was one to Dowdle that they did not, could have maybe called DPI. I think it was fine to let the boys play there. That was the one deep shot. They tried to call some others, but it wasn't there. I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of teams saying we're playing too high shell coverage against you. You're not going to get explosive plays. And when you don't have Jake Ferguson to do seam shots over the middle, that's going to hurt you against stuff like cover 2. So I would be a bit worried about that. It also hurts when you don't run the ball very effectively. You need to find some explosives. You got to generate explosives. It's tough to do. I think it's the year of the defense. You're going to cut down explosive across the NFL. Got to find ways to get some, though. $5 from Jackson, of course. Wake up, we're losing. F the refs. You can't miss that face mask. Like that, I thought I saw that live. I'm on the field 5 feet away. Like, you got to be better there. Chris B. and Liam Tucker have very similar super chats here that we'll get to. Enough of the deuce play for a while, and then Liam says, what was the deuce Von play? Ran like 3 times the same. It wasn't the same, though. They ran 3 different plays off it. It just didn't work. They ran handoff to Deuce Vaughn, actual screen to Turpin, fake screen shot played to CeeDee Lamb. It just didn't work. It was their scripted play. I don't know if we see it again. Byron Joe David, 2 against run, refs and the Saints. As that will be a touchback. They had Taysom Hill back on that return. That was a yard too far there. So, look, I am fine. I am fine doing creative stuff, but those plays averaged 3 plays for 6 yards. That's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. So Saints ball, your defense got to show up here. Shaheed, Olave, Prentice, Moreau, and Alvin Kamara in the game as the skill guys on offense. Fuaga is active for New Orleans despite the back injury. Got to wake up on defense. Derek Carr under center. Fullback tight end to the right side. Motion coming. Derek Carr. Play action pass. Has time. Derek Carr unleashes a bomb downfield. Got a man. It's Shaheed. And he walks in for a touchdown. You had 2 guys in coverage, and Shaheed still got behind him. What are you doing, defense? Defensive disaster class. This is where you benefit the new offensive coordinator. You force Derek Carr to take shot plays. Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, both let Shaheed get behind him. What are you doing out there? How do you 2 deep safeties and you let Shaheed get behind you? Unbelievable. Extra point is good, and it's 14-3, 4:05 to go in the first quarter, and your defense has completely forgotten to show up in the first half of this game. You can't do that. Play action. They like play action shot plays. There's a flag, by the way, on the extra point. And an unsportsmanlike conduct, personal. I think that was on the Saints? Wait a minute. I thought they pointed at the defense there. But then the Fox crew showed a Saints player. We'll wait and see what happened on that one. I think there's some confusion there. 4:05 to go. It's 14-3. We talked about Shaheed being a great vertical threat. You called the right plays. You got 2 deep safeties. That's not on Mike Zimmer. That's on your safeties. You can't get outrun. Like I'm not blaming Zim for that. That is an error by your defense. You got 2 deep safeties. The one thing you can't do there is let Rashid Shaheed run straight past you. Can't do it. Haven't fixed the Shanahan offense. That's just a play action. Like, there's nothing creative about that. It's 2 tight ends, right? Play action, deep shot. Like, you can't do that there. They called that, by the way, on Trevor Penning. So, unsportsmanlike conduct on Trevor Penning. So, look, this is a game. Your offense going to have to show up. They're going to have to make some plays now because your defense is a no-show. I can no longer trust my defense to show up. I need them to, the offense has to start carrying its weight and then some. The Saints have a good defense. It would have been nice to have another Browns game or a Jets game last year where your defense plays great. Hasn't happened. You're going to need your offense to ball out. Doesn't mean start throwing it every single play yet. But your offense has to arrive. Have to do it. In a bubble, field on the first drive, not that bad. But when you're down 14-3, now you got to get going on offense pretty quickly. Add a comma there for me too, Chris. Every 500 likes during today's show is going to be a shot. 1,500 is on. Did you do your shot, by the way? Okay, Chris did his. Yeah, sweet. You run play action here. I'm not calling holding on Micah, by the way. But you got 2 deep safeties. Those safeties cannot get beat deep. Oh, they called it on Penning. Did they also call it on Hoffman? Yeah, they called that on Penning and Hoffman going at it on the return or on the kickoff there. So the Saints will have to kick this off from their own 20-yard line now. So a chance for Dallas to set up a return here. Now, what's interesting is only the kicker goes back. I find that kind of interesting. Kick is away. High, deep kick and fielded at the 5 by Turpin. Turpin going up the left side. Turpin 30. 35 out of bounds at the 40. So a good return there by Cavante Turpin as the Cowboys offense will come back out. Drive stalled out after, I would say, 2 pretty bad penalty calls there. Zimmer talking calmly with Lee Cooker. And Micah talking with the front 4. Offense got to start making some plays here. 1st and 10. Deuce Vaughn is the offset eye running back. As Dak barking out some signals here. Offset eye form. No tight ends out there. Handoff to Deuce Vaughn. Cuts it back. Did a nice job to get 3 or 4 there. They wanted to run a stretch left, and they did not have blocking as Terrence Steele's helmet pops off on that play. You've got 2 back-to-backs, which thumbs up so well. Help me, dead inside people blaming Dak instead of the defense, and then Euphonium, Dak better get $240 million. Again, I didn't realize Dak was playing 2 deep high coverage. Got to start making some plays, though, yes. But it's a team sport. Prescott, slant to Lamb, caught, first down. Type in those ones. A strike to CD. That was a dart from Dak. Good placement, preventing Lamb from getting hit. So 1st and 10 Cowboys. 3:10 to go here in the first quarter. Cowboys down 14-3. The defense has not shown up. 2 touchdowns, including a bomb to Rashid Shaheed. Elliott checks in the game for the first time today. Dak barking out signals. 2 tight ends right, 2 receivers left. I call it a 2-by-2 formation. It's Lipke now in motion. Now back to the right side. Span forward in there at tight end 2. Prescott, handoff to Elliott. Elliott is going to spin and get a yard. Okay. Positive yards, but that's not. 2nd and 10 runs for a yard and a half are not exactly good. Donovan, who would have thought they get worse as a team, having better results? Shots up, Tom. I need no shots right now outside of beer bongs for 100. 2nd and 8. Span forward in the game at tight end. They're going to hand it off to Elliott, who's going to get 2 yards. Honestly, you got to hit that hole faster, Zeke. There's a hole there. You got to just attack that hole north-south faster. That's where that burst just isn't there. Now you're in 3rd and 7. Well, 6.5. That's a bad spot to be. Two bad runs. Now you're in 3rd and 6.5. 3rd and 5.5. Cook's in motion. Bunch left. Prescott throwing a dart to Cooks for a first down. Threaded the needle there between multiple defenders. First down, Dallas. It's a big 3rd down pickup. Just settled down in the zone and got it in there before the safety closed. Good job by Dak going through his progressions with pressure off that left side coming down. Deuce Vaughn in the game. 1st and 10 from the 39.5-yard line. Pump slant to Vaughn. Vaughn up the middle, and there's not enough there. Kind of ran into his own man. Called a gain of 2.5. Your running game has really not shown up across the board. Deuce Vaughn will sub out. Again, if you're going to try to do stuff with Deuce Vaughn and your explosive backs, get him on the edge. Inside zone? I don't know about that. Dak barking out signals, now goes under center. Handoff to Elliott. Elliott runs forward, and I think he got the first. If he's not, it's a yard shy. Good run there by Elliott. Had a light box off the left side and attacked it. 3rd and 1. They do not have to run a play here. It is third down. They just need a yard. They're not going to run a play here. Play clock down at 0. So a yard to go. That was, I think, one of the better runs we've seen all game out of your running game, frankly. Was that handoff to Zeke for 7. Much better running on that. You can see the difference there, right, Chris? That first Zeke run, the second run, attacked it right there. Boom, straight downhill. Now you've run the ball, let's call it 9 times. Take away the Dak keeper. 9 times for 28 or 29 yards is not very good. It's not good. Barely 3 yards a carry. So most comments, folks, in the next 60 seconds, we'll get you a free raffle entry for our Dak Prescott jersey giveaway, or replacing if you have Dak already. 408, we beat that number. It is 2 raffle entries. As your comments come in, $10 super chat gets you in to the raffle entry. We're past 500. I owe a bead, by the way. We're past 500, so every 100 is a bead. $100, the beer bong of honor. I'll do a beer bong out of it. $50, I'll flash everybody and put on a bead too. You can see this nasty dad bod I've cultivated. $20 on Venmo into our Venmo 50-50 raffle at halftime. We take home is 50 right now, but it's the most comments in the next before the game comes back. So I don't know, probably a minute 10 right now, somewhere in that range. Most comments gets that free entry. If we get past the 440 mark, or 408 mark, sorry, it's 2 entries into the Dak Prescott jersey. Someone will pick 2 winners, basically. Early returns are positive here, Chris. Unlike the Cowboys so far. Defense has been a no-show. Offense has moved the ball well, but they're facing a 3rd and 1. They have to finish off this drive. The penalty really hurt them on the last drive, which they also missed a bad call on Rico Dowdle. All right, Chris, who is our first winner as we get to 3rd down here? So comment those 3s too. First winner is
the boss.
The boss. We'll see if a second winner comes in after the next chat update. Depends on if we break that high or not. So 3rd and short. Cowboys going 2 tight ends. We beat the chat rate high, Chris. What's our second winner? 3rd and 1. We'll do it after the play. Motion from Brevin Span forward. Prescott toss to Elliott. Elliott gets the first down by a yard.
William Kennedy.
So first down, Zeke. That is back-to-back successful runs by Elliott. You love to see it. 11 points is their largest first quarter deficit since 2020. That's insane. So Elliott out wide. Dak going empty. Tolbert, Lamb, I think that's Schoonmaker. Prescott has some time. End zone shot to Lamb, and he overshot him. I think Dak thought Lamb was going to run a different route. Lamb was open. Dak threw it more to the back shoulder. Lamb ran it to the front shoulder. They had 6, and they don't come close to connecting. You got to hit that play. Looked like Lamb was running kind of more of a post route, and Dak was throwing a fade route. That's a big miss. Huge miss. Can't have it. 2nd and 10. Elliott, the shotgun back. Prescott looking. Under pressure. Finds Lamb on a drag. First down and more inside the 15. Type in those 1s. Good pass protection there by Dallas. Saints brought 4 on that one. Cooper Beebe and Tyler Smith handle a stunt pretty well. Dak with Smith in his lap kind of jump passes it to Lamb for a first down. So 1st and 10 inside the game time red zone. Deuce Vaughn, the offset back. Screenplay? Now, Dak's checking out of a play. If they want to run stretch right, they got numbers for it. Down to 5 on the play clock. Prescott going to go weak side left. Vaughn going to bounce it wide and pick up a couple on that one. Why would you run left there? You had numbers to the right. I don't like that. Another sub 4-yard carry. 2nd and 7 from the 12. Elliott checks back in the football game here. They're going to motion Brevin Spann forward. Jalen Brooks over there too. Prescott. Reverse to Cooks. He's got some blocking. Jalen Brooks, a terrible job. Jalen Brooks destroyed a really good reverse play call. Jalen Brooks holds that block. There's blocking. Gotta block him, man. That reverse was there, but Jalen Brooks did not hold his block, and now it's 3rd and 10. That is a player execution error. Now it's 3rd and long from the 15. Got to get inside the 5. Play clock down to 5. 3. Snap comes. 4-man pressure. Prescott. Pressure bearing down. Terrence Steele got beat. Just execution mistakes there. Jalen Brooks doesn't block anybody. Terrence Steele gets beat by Carl Granderson. They wanted to go to Lamb. He's not open. Tolbert over the middle's double bracketed. There's nobody open there. And Terrence Steele gets worked by Carl Granderson. The reverse play call was going to work. 38-yard try from Aubrey. That one is good. So it's 14-6. And your defense back out there. Execution mistakes left and right by Dallas. You guys know I'm not a big fan of Mike McCarthy necessarily. I don't blame him for that. He called, honestly, I think if Jalen Brooks holds that block on the reverse with Brandon Cooks, that might be a touchdown. There's 2-on-2 out there, 2 blockers. Maybe one of their safeties, linebackers gets over to stop a touchdown. It's going to be a first down. Then you get into 3rd down. You ran 4 verts and they covered it off. There's nobody open. Execution mistakes left and right on offense, and your defense can't allow a freaking 70-yard bomb on its first play. Defense has not shown up. And you got execution mistakes on your offensive line, and you have really tried to run the football, and you're averaging 2.6 yards per carry. Now, you missed the touchdown throw from Dak to Lamb. I think some miscommunication on where that route should be run. You also picked up the first down on the very next play. So, can't run the ball. Your O-line's getting beat too much in pass protection, and you're missing blocks left and right. It's a bad combination. Bad combination. You've run the ball 13 times for 34 yards. You take away the Dak's keeper, it's 12 for 31. You have tried to run the football, and you haven't been able to do it across the board. All the guys involved. That's not good. It's not good. You got. By the way, you have to get a stop here on defense. It is impossibly hard to win football games if your defense allows three straight scores. Impossibly hard. Can't do it. So you need a stop on defense. Chris, why is Terrence Steele still starting? Who else are you going to start out there? Well, let's go. Ain't got options. And he was good last week, and that was the one bad play he had, but it came at a bad time. Got to get a defensive stop here. They don't look like they want to play. 0 effort, especially on defense. They're gashing you on defense. 4 for 4 for 135 through the air. Where is the defense? with 70 on one play. They've had 4 wide open guys. Can't have it. By the way, Chuma's hurt, so you can't play him either. You also probably don't want him out there anyway. You've had 2 very long drives of 13-plus plays. You had to settle for field goals. I do agree with Samuel, too, his super chat. This team is slow. They're a slow team. And it's showing up today. Aubrey with kind of a line drive kick, and that will bounce out of the end zone for a touchback. Defense got to show up on this drive or else it's going to be a long day. Object, why can't our receivers get separation? You got one really, really good one. Cooks is fine, but Brooks has been a negative every time he's been out there so far today, I feel like. All right, 1st and 10 Saints. Carr, handoff to Kamara, up the middle, taken down by Maurice Leafau. That is a gain of 3. So when they go to their base defense, when there's 3 linebackers out there, it's Leafau, Clark, and Kendricks. Haven't seen enough of DeMarvion Overshown as far as I'm concerned. And they're staying out there in that base personnel. The first 2 drives, the Cowboys had 135 passing yards, 137 in today's game. 2nd and 7. Taysom Hill in the game at tight end. Derek Carr under center. Bubble screen to Olave. Olave gets the first down. Up the left side. First and 10 Saints. 10.5 to go here in the first half. It's 14-7 Saints over the Cowboys. Shaheed in motion. Carr. Handoff to Kamara. Kamara's going to get 2, maybe 3 on that one. Donovan Sanchez. Is slow starts a coaching issue or leadership among the player issue? My first thought is to go to coaching. That does not excuse the player leadership, but, you know, one of the biggest jobs of your coach is to have your guys prepared to play. And all these big games tend to come out flat. And that's, when it's across the board, it's probably a coaching issue. So 2nd and 7. Shaheed in motion again. Diggs following. Play action kind of. Tunnel screen to Kamara. And a ton of space past midfield. 45-40. 30. 20. 15. 10. He walks in. Fuck this defense, man. This is a terrible defensive performance. 3 drive, 3 scores. With massive chunk plays left and right. They ran a screen, and nobody lays a finger on Alvin Kamara. Kendricks gets sucked in, over pursues, nobody's over there. Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker are wildly out of position. The closest defender was a Saints player. And that field goal extra point is good. It is pretty much impossible to win football games when your defense allows 21 points on 12 plays. Like, you can build a super team on offense. It's just not going to happen. Unacceptable performance. You can't win games doing that. You're getting gashed on all passing plays. You've had nothing go right. Defense has been absolute dog water. A horrific performance. And that is unquestionably where that blame starts. The mad at the offense too, absolutely. The best case scenario is you're down 21-14 still. You can't have 21 points on 12 plays. Like that, and now, by the way, fuck the ground game, just start slinging it. Like, honestly, you're at the point where I don't care if you throw a pick. You have to get huge chunk plays in quickly. You have to start slinging it. Derek Carr has had a screen go for 50-something yards and a score, a beautiful deep bomb for 70, and 2 scores. Horrific, awful defensive performance. Awful defensive effort. Unacceptably bad. Joe Jimenez, fuck, I hate my team because of this shit. We always do this. I warned about the letdown game. Guess what's happening? Letdown game. From Mr. $10, it's Dak's turn to win this game for the Cowboys. Defense won the last game. Sure. And your only chance of winning this game is if Dak goes absolutely nuclear and throws for like 500 yards. Got to leave those 1st and 10 runs for 2 to 3 yards behind you. Like, you got to hope you can pull off a miracle. You're down 21-6.
Reminds you of that Green Bay game.
Like, yeah, if you throw a pick six here, yes. Yeah. It's the exact same thing. But, like, you're down so much already. They've made no efforts on defense to get a stop. Like, your win chance is already below 20%. There's 9.5 to go in the first quarter. Or first half. Like, you just got to start slinging. You got to go back to that, 2020 Dak team where they just, chucked it around 50 times a game and, were competitive with a bad defense. That is your lone hope of showing up today. Kick is away, bounces at the 21, fielded by Wanye Thomas, and will get taken down at the 21-yard line. I don't know if I want Wanye back there. Well, why not Deuce Vaughn? So screenplay, a nice little all-22 look here. Hawkeyes need maybe just to suit up and get in there. So I put him, where do I put baby Jesus? Is it quarterback? I got to put him on defense right now. Again, your safeties, I don't know what Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson are doing out here. I'm about ready to play Thomas and Bell. Michael, this is why you don't get hyped. I get it. Prescott barking out signals. They go from empty to single back. Turpin on a reverse. Turpin. 2 yards. Stop running the football. I'm sorry. I know I'm in panic mode and it's one game. You got to start airing it out, man. You can't just keep running the damn football. You have to throw it. 25 plays, 91 yards is bad. You can't have it. Also, yes, where is Overshown? You need the speed out there. Put him out there. You're really going run, pass. Dowdle doesn't get it. Run, pass down 21-6. I'm going to puke. Wise ass says bring back Ben DiNucci. Great way to tank. Think Ben can play safety? 3rd and 2. Lamb in motion. He's in the backfield here. Oh, we're going to go run, and Dowdle gets the first down at least. You have to start throwing it here, guys. This commitment to the run is not going to work. Thanks, Chad. I don't think we're going to put him in the jersey raffle, though. He's a Saints fan. I don't think he wants a Dak jersey. Let's get the ball to CeeDee Lamb. Dak, play action. It's picked up. Downfield. Lamb makes a man miss. There goes CeeDee Lamb. Foot race 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. You needed that one. That's why you throw the football. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. Probably too early to go for 2, but I think about it. Thank goodness for CeeDee Lamb. Great throw by Dak, but the credit goes to Lamb. Play action. Lamb on an out route just ducks under 2 guys and is untouched after that. Thank God for CeeDee Lamb. Spam those TDs. There's the explosive play you've been hunting. Aubrey's kick is good. And Cowboys, signs of life, 21-13 still. But a massive play. Dak to Lamb, who ducked right under Tyrann Mathieu and picks up a huge touchdown for Dallas. You needed that one. 65 yards on that play. That is 10x any other individual play so far. Sorry, not almost 10x. More like 5x. Because your longest run was 6. I was looking at that. DJ Porter. Best shot is the Peyton Manning strategy. You got there because you got a shot out to play, keep away for your defense, can stay off the field. Can't go out there. I feel like the strategy is to keep the Saints offense off the field. Well, you did, because you got beat 3 times quickly. Again, 12 plays and 21 points is bad. Like, I can't do that in college football 25. Even with South Carolina and Nick Harbor bombs. I can't do it. Like, someone just said if Dak can get a few sacks, we might have a chance. That's funny. Now it's your defense's turn to show up. Because again, if I had told you the Cowboys have 3 drives on offense and they've got 13 points, I think we'd all be pretty excited about that. We would not be excited if I told you the Saints had scored 21 in their 3 drives. King Magma Bruh. But TD, I don't understand the play calling. Yeah, you have really established the run early on. And it's not like that play action was perfect because they had double teams anyway on Lamb. They just had a great throw from Dak, and then Lamb made a guy miss. Like, what's your expected yards of the catch is probably like 0 on that play from CeeDee Lamb. Like, maybe it's like 1 or 2. He did all of that. Huge play from Lamb. Massive play. And all of a sudden, now your quarterback's numbers look elite, right? A little bit deceptive. Like, 10 of 12 for 127 and a score. Yeah, but, 65 came on 1 play. Daniel, great PTSD from the last playoff games. Even Lamb is pissed at Dak. Said that was a great idea to pay Dak. No, I'm not doing that. Dak and Lamb are the only reasons you can move the ball on offense. If you told me 13 points on 3 drives, I'd have been pretty happy. That's a good ratio. Your defense has to show up today. They have to show up. Like, we can be mad at the settling field goals, that's fine, but like, your defense got to show up too. It's a team sport. Like, I can't make Lamb play corner. Liam, where's Overshown? Ain't been out there. And this will be almost brought out by Taysom Hill. That was an inch away from a safety. That was dangerously close. Again, $10 as our Eagles fan is enjoying our heart attack games, or bonding over our heart attack games. I respect that. $10 gets into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle, or a different player if you have a Dak already. 100 for the beer bong. I'd like to do one, frankly. I owe a shot for 1,500 likes. Give me that. Thank you. Every 500 likes is a shot. And as Overshown, by the way, is out there, they've benched Damone Clark, I think. I'll do a shot in a second. Offset eye. Hand off to Kamara. Kamara's going to pick up a bunch on that one. It's a first down. You got Golston, and honestly, I'm a bit worried about that Phillips-Joseph combination. When the Saints have run the ball well, it's against those guys. Mozzie and Tank and Micah. Like, they don't need a breather right now. Shot for 1,500 likes. $20 in on our Venmo raffle. 1st and 10. I-form set. You got to get a play by your defense here. Toss right to Kamara. Kamara cuts it up and picks up 5. Again, I am a little bit anxious about that Phillips and Joseph defensive tackle combination. Saints getting a lot more push against those two than they were against Mozzie and Osa. And they're not out there right now. I mean, it's Golston, Nealand, Phillips, and Joseph, and that's just not... Micah's playing off ball, which I'm fine with, frankly, but 5-man front, Micah out wide at edge. Carr drops back to pass, screen in the dirt, incomplete. Big 3rd and 6. Got to get the stop here. Type in those threes. 3rd and 6. 6:16 to go here in the first half. First time, and it feels like 2 drives, and it is 2 drives actually, to get off the field on defense. Type in those threes. Carr in the shotgun. Jamal Williams the back. Jordan Lewis checks in. Zimmer showing that double A gap pressure with Kendricks and Overshone. Carr, they bring 4. Has time. Downfield, got Olave for a first down. There is a flag, though, and this might be on the defense anyway. I like DeMarvion Overshone. He's not as fast as Chris Olave is. Long discussion here. Holding on the defense is on Donovan Wilson, who's had a bad game. Tell you what. Good passing plan there from Micah, who shedded the tackle, but then the running back chipped him. Like, you're not going to have DeMarvion Overshone trying to follow Olave on a cross is just not going to work. 1st and 10 from the 45. Kamara makes a man miss and picks up 7. As Mozzie Smith is kind of bent over on that one. They ran away from him on that play. 2nd and 4. Still waiting on the Dallas defense to make one play. A singular play. Carr, play action, boot right, got a man, it's Taysom Hill. Overshone brings him down for no gain. 3rd and 4, got to get a stop. Need the defense to do something here. Type in those threes, it's 3rd down. I'm glad they put Overshone back out there. Overshone, Kendricks, Osa, Mozzie. Got to get a stop here on 3rd and short. 3rd and 3.5, really. God, their average 3rd down to go is 4 yards. Wow, that's easy pickings. Cowboys drop the double A gap pressure. Toss left to Kamara. He's got a lot of space and blockers. First down past the 30, inside the 25. They seal off Tank Lawrence, and there's just nobody over there. That's easy pickings. Everyone's got a man blocked. Because your offset guy was to the right. They ran to the left. 1st and 10. From the 24. 23.5. Carr, toss left again. Jamal Williams is going to run over Donovan Wilson and pick up 8. This defense sucks, man. They have to do something at some point. You can't, the Saints have just imposed their will in every facet of the game. Been a horrible defensive effort. They've made, 2 plays that weren't positive results? Olave orbit motion, handoff up the gut to Jamal Williams, first down. I mean, your defense is just a complete no-show today. As good as they looked in week 1 is as bad as they look in week 2. I mean, they are just everything that the Saints want to do right now on offense, they're doing. Runs, pass, play action. This is easy stuff. Easy stuff. 1st and 10 inside the game time red zone from the 12.5. Tunnel screen dropped by Kamara, and he might have scored again if he didn't drop that one. Might have scored again. 2:54 to go here in the first half. Saints 2nd and 10 at the Cowboys 12. By the way, both quarterbacks have reckless amounts of EPA. The Cowboys, or the Saints success rate is at 67%. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10 from the 12.5. Shaheed in motion. Carr. Handoff to Kamara. Tons of space. And he's in for a touchdown. I mean, this is honestly one of the worst defensive performances I can recall out of the Dallas Cowboys. It is right up there alongside the Green Bay Packers game. 4 drives, 4 touchdowns. You can't win games doing that. I don't know what the fuck Donovan Wilson's doing, man. Like, I don't know what angles he's taking. Good Lord. 27-13. That one was on the ground. 28-13. And your defense just did not show up today. Like, if I had told you the Saints scored 28 points in this game, you would have been worried about a loss. They got 28 points, not even the 2-minute warning yet. I'm tweeting that out, by the way, if you want to read out some of these supers, Chris.
Got a $5 super chat here from Michael saying we'll never win if Jerry is in charge. They never do anything in the offseason. And this is what you get. Yeah, that's absolutely. And then Jerry has the balls to go to the media and just completely lie.
He did lie.
About how much they spend, saying that they're the number 1 spenders in the NFL. And they're what, like 15? Somewhere super middle of the pack. Even after Dak and the CD contracts. Just like they twist the numbers. It's so bad, man.
I honestly, like, there's been like 4 times I'm like, I don't know what Donovan Wilson's doing out there. That's about bot comments. We block the bots when we see them. There's too many of them. Be to block the bots, as always, folks. Someone do 100 so I can drink my pain away for a beer bong. Just an awful performance. Like, you can't expect to realistically win games when the defense is this good. You just can't. That's not how football works. If Wilson can't make plays against them, put in Wanye Thomas or Marquise Bell. Like, Wilson's been out of position, Malik Cooper's been out of position. They're running that ball right down your damn throat on that drive. Derek Carr is averaging 22 yards per pass. Hilarious number. Alvin Kamara is averaging 6.7 yards per carry. You've got like 4 different carries that are as long or longer than your longest one, and you've run the ball more. Which, by the way, is stupid. You've got to run the ball so much this game. Like, I don't know what Donovan Wilson's doing. I don't know what Linval Joseph and Jordan Phillips are doing. Like, they got gashed on that early drive. You're running toss left. That's your DE and your linebackers and safeties flowing to make plays. That's not the DTs. That's your outside guys. And they ain't doing shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable so far. The clown emoji's accurate, frankly. I told you the Cowboys at 13 points before the 2-minute warning. You're on pace for 30. And you're going to get blown out still. Like, that's just not good enough.
Against a good defense,
yes.
Too.
Vanquish time, is this a coaching issue? Partially, yes. But, like, those first 3 drives, like, they called good plays. They just didn't execute. Offense and defense. But your defense being this lost, it's a lot of blame to go around. Line drive kick fielded by Wanye Thomas. Thomas gets past the 30 to the 32. So good job there by Wanye. Can you blame Dak for this? Asking for the haters. They'll find a way. But this, look, I don't care who your quarterback is. If you allow 28 points on 4 drives, it's just not going to work. Like, blame? Sure. Majority? No, it's the defense, because now you have to start slinging it. You have to go get 7 every drive because defense can't stop anybody. You have to start being borderline recklessly aggressive as Dak checks it down to Elliott. Elliott's going to dance and get back to the original line of scrimmage. Like this is now a bad spot to be on the Cowboys offense because the Saints are going to sit in 2 high shell stuff all game long. And they'll say, we'll give you 5, we'll give you 6, good luck. And they got enough players on defense to stop you from getting big explosive plays outside of the one you got. You're in a bad spot because your defense never showed up. You want to talk about complimentary football, this is dog shit from the defense. Saints rolling down a safety late. Play clock down to 12. 2:10 to go in the half here. You just got to move a little bit here, Dallas. Safety blitz coming off the right side, it looks like. They do bring it. They bring the house. Prescott feeling the pressure. Lofts a bomb to Lamb. Almost made a great one-handed grab. There is a flag as well. I think Dak was telling Lamb it was a free play. You don't have to be as aggressive there. Because he's like, I almost like you don't have to catch that. That's what I thought he said. Free play against the Saints. I think they wanted to go to Brandon Cooks here originally. And, yeah, when you got the back of the jersey plate, they're going to call that on Paul. And without that grab, you would open over the middle. Where they left off last off season. Not good. By the way, Micah Parsons' brother just retweeted my tweet about the 28 points allowed, so even he agrees. Samaj Griffin, this issue is not being able to stop the run again. Have the same problem, especially stopping runs on the edge. The last drive, yes, but the first 3 drives, you stopped the run well. They weren't running the ball that great until that last drive. That last drive, absolutely, you could not stop the run, right? You allowed, let me do math here, 12-yard run, 3-yard run, 8-yard run. So we'll just round up and say that's 30 or that's 20 yards there. It's actually more like 25. 15-yard run, 1-yard run, 6-yard run, 4-yard run, 11-yard run. They ran that ball right down your throats. You had 10 yards through the air, and you had 11 yards through the air on that last drive. That's 59 yards on that drive alone. You've only allowed 87. You've stopped the run good until that last, kind of like the Packers game, frankly, where they actually gashed you through the air on play action stuff and easy open stuff on crossers, and then your defense just got cooked on the ground afterwards. You also can't allow a 70-yard fucking bomb and a 50-yard screen. That kills you. Samuel, it's a mentality issue. It's a lot of issues. How is your defense this bad? Like, I thought the Saints were going to give you a much better challenge, but this is pathetic on defense. As a reminder, at halftime, we will do our Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey to get in on that. Right now, take home is 50, $20 on Venmo. At What Going Downey to get in on that one. You are really going to have to start airing this football out. You do get the ball to start the half. But the only way you win this game is, with what we've seen so far, is your offense has to be perfect. It has to be. And that's probably not a very realistic ask. But when your defense allows 4 drives, 4 scores, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? 1st and 10. They got Elliott in the game. Lamb in the slot. From the 38-yard line, Prescott in the shotgun. Drops back. Dak. Out route. Caught by Tolbert for a gain of 5. Clock will run. Chad says, Dallas, stop being like an MVP. As a Saints fan, Super Bowl, here we come, and I'll wear the jersey. Thanks, Chad. Been a great half for a Saints fan. Bad half for a Cowboys fan. Prescott, it's a screen, and there's just nothing there. There's no chance. He correctly throws that ball in the dirt, and there is a flag as well. This might be an ineligible man downfield. Yeah, they're discussing if they want to decline it, make it 3rd and 5 or not, take the penalty. Back him up 5 yards, 2nd and 10. Cooper Beebe got too far downfield there. The Saints were sitting on a screen, though. Like, they were ready for it. They had a lot of guys in the area. So 4 receivers, bunch trips right. Now 2nd and 10, back at their own 42.5-yard line. Take a bomb here. You got to start pushing it. Prescott takes the bomb to Tolbert, who dropped it. He got rocked by Tyrann Mathieu. Probably needed less float on that pass from Dak. But that's a 15, 17-yard out route. Tolbert, he's getting lit up. He has to hold on onto that ball because Dak's got to drop it over the corner on the outside. Tolbert's got to be a bit more aggressive going up to get that ball. 60-40 on the receiver, maybe. 3rd and 10 with 10 to go. Saints showing pressure. And Dak's barking out a different play call. He's changing the protection scheme. And timeout called. By who? I think the Saints called that one. Dak, very interestingly, Dak did not put Elliott on the right side of that line. He put him on the left side. And the Saints called timeout, which makes me wonder if Dak had guessed that was a fake blitz they showed. They were going to bring pressure off the left side. So the Saints called timeout because they realized that they were going to get beat there. Because there was 3 on the play clock. 3rd and 10. Because I was surprised Dak put Zeke over there, which means I think it was a fake blitz off the right side. They're going to bring it off the quarterback's right side, bring it off the left side. 3rd and 10. Kind of feels like 4-down territory, by the way, Chris. Defense can't get a stop. Kind of out of options here. Saints are showing 0 pressure here. 3 off the right side of the offensive line. Probably do a stunt. Dak again barking out signals. You got to go. Play clock down to 5, 3, 2. The snap at 1. Prescott. Pressure coming. Got to roll to his right. Trying to make a play happen. Throws it. Caught for a 1st down by Cooks. That was a dart by Prescott, and I'm going to bet a great job by Cooks coming back to the play there. Cooks right at the marker. Settles down. 2 feet in. 1st down. Great job by Cooks. I'd love to see the all-22 because I bet they did not have Cooks doing a long comeback route there. Minute 20, ball at the 48.5. Prescott in the shotgun. Saints bring 4. Dak over the middle, and the receiver fell down and it's picked off. Jalen Brooks, you can't fall down. That's a perfect throw from Prescott as the return is going to be inside the 30, 25, and Dak lays the hit. Get Jalen Brooks off the football field. Like, he can't fucking fall down there. Like, watch this. Like, they're doing a deep dig to Brooks. It's right there, and he falls down. Like, that's 100% on him. He just falls the fuck down. Get him off my fucking screen. That ball is a perfectly thrown deep dig from Dak, and the receiver just fucking falls down. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? If your fucking receiver falls down, your defense is dog shit. Like, first off, why are we calling deep digs for Jalen fucking Brooks? Bubble screen to Rashid Shaheed. That should be a hole. Doesn't matter. Diggs brought him down. No more Jalen Brooks snaps. No more Jalen Brooks snaps. Done. Next week, I'm sitting him, and I'm playing Ryan Flournoy. Like, I don't know what. You shouldn't have called a deep dig to Brooks. He's open. The throw is there, and the receiver just falls down. That's going to be a 15-yard gain. You're in field goal range, marching the ball, and your dumbass receiver falls down. I really appreciate that they showed that all-22 angle. Like, that ball is out on time. It's going to hit him right here, and he falls down. Unbelievable. No prize score again here and just ice this game. I would legitimately cut Jalen Brooks tomorrow. I don't care. I'm that mad. And all your defensive disaster class shit, too. Derek Carr has time. End zone. Is he in or down at the one? Down at the one. Chris Olave beats Kalen Carson one-on-one coverage. You got no pressure. You got nothing going. You should call a timeout on defense, by the way, Dallas, because you ain't going to stop him. He might have scored. That might go to review. That ball is short. The ball's short. Yeah, he's short. He's at the half-yard line. They'll punch it in right here because you can't stop him. I think he caught it. Nah, he caught it. He's in. Or he's short, but he caught it. None of your defensive players have showed up. Who's shown up on offense? Lamb? I still kind of think Dak. Because when the receivers aren't falling over themselves. Not your ground game. Dallas did call a timeout, 41 seconds left. It's the right call to call a timeout. I am almost at the point where you're better off just not risking injury. This is the Denver game, the Cardinals game all over again. About to be 5 drives, 5 touchdowns. And I don't think the Cowboys have had like more than 2 good defensive plays. Yeah, Derek Carr keeps it. This is an embarrassing fucking effort out of the Dallas Cowboys. Absolutely embarrassing. I am not playing Jalen Brooks next week. I'm activating Ryan Flournoy. I don't care. Every possession, you got the near pick 6. Unlike the Niners game, or the Packers game, sorry. Like, this one was not anyone. There's one person to blame for the pick. Was the receiver. You can't run a deep in, extra points good, by the way, and just fall to the ground. You can't do it. Norvan, this isn't surprising. Nothing in the offseason. They regressed and it's showing. Sure feels like it today. Thank God you beat the Browns last week, or we would all be just in absolute meltdown shambles mode. Even more so than I am now. Because this defense is hot dog water. Absolutely the worst. You just got nothing going today, man. I'm one more Saints scoring drive away from saying sit your starters. It doesn't matter. You need to be perfect on offense when your defense has 0 snaps, and perfect is not your receiver falling over himself. It's a good throw. It was good coverage. It's a good play call. Deep dig, backside dig. Got to hit those throws at the NFL level. And he falls down. Like, that ball has to be out before he makes his break to throw with anticipation. And he falls down. Like, I do wish there was, like, earned interceptions. Like, the closest thing is, like, PFF's turnover-worthy plays. That's not going to be a turnover-worthy play on Dak Prescott. That's going to be 0. It's going to be an interception charted to Jalen Brooks, who, if I see again, I'm going to be pissed. He's been a net negative because they ran a touchdown play to the reverse for Brandon Cooks, and Brooks fails at his job blocking. Now he falls down and gives them 7 points the other way. It's a joke. Today's show was made possible by the Game Time app. Game Time has new features. It's called Game Time Picks, the most notable. It makes getting to see your favorite teams play live even easier. Hopefully not this game, I guess. Game Time Picks filters the ultra fluff to only show you the incredible deals on great seats. Don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. But again, download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS, 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 for $20 off. Well, Saints got more points and more yards than they had last week. Maybe the Browns are dog shit too. Anthony, why is Carson covering Olave? Because they're in zone. They're not doing man-to-man. Or they're not shadowing. Just fine, because you also got Shaheed. Ecuador man, who was fooled after week 1? Not me, 30 years. Touchback there by the Cowboys, or by the Saints. By the way, the Browns are beating the Jags, which is pretty funny. 13-3. So I'm calling 4 verts every plays. Every play here. 35 points allowed is tied for the most in the first half in team history. Steven wants to hire Clint Kubiak as the next Cowboys head coach. All right, time to air it out. Oh, good. Jalen Brooks back out there on offense. Just put Turpin out there. Got to start chucking it, man. Prescott against a 4-man pressure. They kind of ran 4 verts, tipped at the line incomplete. Wasn't going to be open because they ran 4 hitches. Team sucks, man. 4 verts every play. It's the only solution. The garbage time numbers for Dak are going to actually look pretty good. Shotgun set, 4-man pressure. It's coming free. Prescott out route, caught again for a first down. They went to Jalen Brooks. Clock is running. Oh, that terrible spot. They marked him shy. He got the first down. Final timeout by Dallas. Brutal. Last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I think they marked Brooks short. Not that it really matters. Samaj Griffin says they're actually reviewing that play because he got the first down. It's a terrible spot. Gilmore look good right now. Cowboys to be cheap rather than showing. It's sort of put Mukwamu. Why did Carson? No one knows. Carson played great against the Browns. He allowed the out route to Olave. Like, what are you going to do? Like, Brooks got that first down, by the way. Like, you got to just start chucking it. It doesn't matter. You have to air it out here. There's nothing you can do. Like, you have to just start throwing bombs left and right because it doesn't matter. Yeah, you have to get 7 on this drive or it's over. You have to. Prescott just going to check it down to Tolbert. Tolbert out of bounds, picks up a couple. So second down here. The Saints are just in all off defense. By the way, I get the feeling Mike's going to try to get into field goal range and bring out Aubrey. Giants are going into wide receiver help. Look into whatever you want. Like, honestly, like, who's played well today? Lamb. Maybe one of your interior linemen. Prescott, out route, caught by Schoonmaker. They're literally playing for the field goal. They're in field goal range now. 1st and 10. 21 seconds left, no timeouts. The ground game is synthetic. How long do you think Cook will be activated to the roster? We'll see. Like, I don't know how good Cook looks at practice. Like, that's a big question mark for me. Prescott, 3-man pressure, seam shot to Tolbert, caught to the 31. Got to spike it. That's a good throw and catch by Prescott and Tolbert, but they got to spike it. Play clock down to 9, 8, 7, 6. They spike it at 5, so field goal time. Again, like, honestly, outside of your ground game and, like, Jalen Brooks, you've actually done good stuff on offense. Like, you should probably have 20 points in the first half. But it doesn't matter when your defense is just a complete no-show. Is to make it 35-16. A 48-yard try.
They just moved the ball back 2 yards for no reason. Like, the referee, before they spiked it, he was on the, whatever that yard line is right there, the 30 or the 35, and the ball was 2 yards in front of that, and they snapped it and spiked it, and then they moved it back to the 35. Like, it matters 2 yards, but still, it's just like,
whatever. They're so bad at those, like, hurry-up stuff. Like, they're so bad at spotting stuff. Who gets dropped first, Zeke or McCarthy, Tom? Honestly, Mike. I don't think they're going to do it, Zeke. I mean, you tried to run the shit out of the ball early, and you didn't run the ball well. Like, again, constant for these bad losses, you cannot run the football. Hawkeyes, a $5 super chat, extends her lead in the MVP today to 235. Lamb, only knew the game was going on. Aubrey's been good. I actually think Dak's been pretty good, frankly. Helps that Lamb's played so well. Aubrey's field goal is, he squeezed it in left upright. That is good. Not that it really matters. It's 35-16. The Cowboys defense has just completely forgotten to show up today. Like, they're on pace for, Saints are on pace for 600 yards of offense. Not good. Cowboys are on pace for just shy of 500, and it hasn't mattered because you just haven't shown up at all. Been a just unequivocally, unacceptably bad performance by this Saints team. Or by the Cowboys defense against this Saints team. It's been horrible. They never showed up. The defense, I'm still waiting for like one good defensive play. Their best defensive play was a drop. It is unbelievable. Horrible. It's been horrible. You got Jalen Brooks out there not blocking players, falling down. Derek Carr's got 1.63 of EPA per play. It's off the fucking chart. Dak's still positive despite the INT. Jalen Brooks' targets are minus 6.1. Like, without the INT, they played well. They can't run the football. It's just horrible. Horrible. All right, let's run our halftime Venmo race here. Winner takes home 50. Got Crystal J, Andres Yabarvo, James Yabarvo, Hawkeyes, and Ryan McCartney. Let's race. 3, 2, 1. Oh, 5. Yeah. 5. Hawkeyes, Ryan, James, Andres, Crystal. Let's race. Here we go. Crystal J is a Dr. Duck, or a Scrubs Duck, I'll call it. It's a fun show. We got red duck, 2 normal ducks, and a green duck. I'm gonna. You can put your money on who he got. Only got 5 names there. I'll go with Hawkeyes. Get your votes in for me. Who you got winning here? It's the Saints. I'm gonna change our pin poll to grade the Cowboys against the Saints. It's an F. There's one answer. 25 seconds left. Defense has forgotten to show up. Offense has kind of shown up, but the ground game, Lamb has shown up. Put it that way. The Lamb-Dak connection's been pretty good. Even with some misses in there, they've actually moved the ball. 5 seconds left. Here comes Crystal J charging in for the win. Crystal J wins. Let me send Crystal the 50. We're coming out on top in the halftime race. Cheers to you, Crystal. We will do an end of game one as well. Hawkeyes is already in for the end of game raffle. We need at least 2 more to run it, though. I'm going to build the weigh-in for Grade the Cowboys, too. When you get a chance there. We can go to this one here. That's fine. Or do you already have it? Sweet. Yeah, go ahead and push that one. Cowboys have forgotten to show up today. The defense in particular has just gotten gashed left and right. Here's my issue. Let's say the Cowboys, Brooks makes the catch, they score. Who thinks that the Cowboys end up stopping the Saints on that last drive? I don't. Been a no-show. Again, this defense, dating back to the end of last year at the Seahawks game, has actually been pretty bad. And I am very worried about that. This defense might not be good, period. It might have been a bad week 1 out of Cleveland, who, by the way, is beating the Jags. Grade the Cowboys first half, A, B, C, D, or F. Scores around the NFL. The Ravens are up 9-6 over the Raiders. Kind of an ugly game there. Good Lord, Gardner Minshew is 14 of 16 for 64 yards. And a pick. Yikes. Browns up 13-3. That is hilarious. Jags are jagging. Titans up 10-7 over the Jets. How curious. Braylon Allen has a touchdown catch in that game. That's funny. Vikings up 13-7 over San Francisco. Interesting. Aaron Jones has not done much. Jordan Mason's had a nice game. Well, the Niners have moved the ball really well. How do they only have touchdown, turnover on downs, blocked punt? That'll do it for San Francisco. Seattle up 17-13 over the Patriots. Ryan is back into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Got you covered there, Ryan, for our second half. Thank you, my friend. Cheers to you. Seattle up 17-13. Geno Smith dealing. DK Metcalf having a nice game. Packers up 13-0 over Indy. Anthony Richardson does not look very good. Malik Willis is 6 of 7 for a score. Josh Jacobs has 24 carries for 129 yards. Holy shit. To think I sat Jacobs to play Jordan Mason. I'm right on both. Good Lord. That's bad run defense. Chargers taking it to Carolina 20-3. Behind a nice day from J.K. Dobbins. Bryce Young is 9 of 12 for 34 yards. Minshew's 14 of 16 for 40. A lot of bad offenses out there. Not moving the ball at all. Again, beat to block those bots. Too many damn bots. Giants up 12-9 over our old buddy Dan Quinn. Jay Daniels is 11 of 13 for 87 yards. He's still out there. And the Bucks are up 13-6 over the Lions. So a lot of upsets brewing today. A lot of underdogs, including this game, unfortunately. Today sucks so far. Has not been fun for anybody involved. Well, Saints fans, I guess, have had a fun time because their defense has just been a complete no-show. I mean, it has looked feel like, especially in game, like I think feel matters. Hasn't it felt like the Saints have moved the ball with ease? And hasn't it felt like the Cowboys have to just do these long, sustained drives? Like it's harder to move the football. That's what it feels like. You know, the Saints are averaging 11.9 yards per play. Cowboys are at 6. That's actually pretty good, but it's half of what the Saints have done. 5.6 technically. It's bad. Liam Tucker. I've lived through 4 coaches, 4 playoffs. I have to start recognizing bad coaches faster than this. Born in 2003, by the way. Look, you just can't do this. Like, you can't do this multiple times every year where you just forget to show up on the field. You can't. It's unacceptable. And I think that it's a coaching issue, right? Like, your defense is just completely unaware of what's going on out there. Your win probability, by the way, has not dipped below 80 since I guess right before that interception. Like, your chances of winning right now are 91.8. Sorry, of losing. You need a miracle to come back from this game. Like, and not only that, like, you almost have to go fast on offense. Like, you don't really have time to do a 7-minute drive here. Like, your win chances are so low, just start slinging it. Like, you got to start airing it out.
And that's a two-headed monster in itself, too, because if you score too fast, your defense has to go back out there.
They're well rested.
They're already getting their asses kicked, so. They hadn't been able to stop anything today. Zeno Sanson, I got no words. The run defense is killing us.
Again, like, the run defense has not been good. Don't get me wrong. But that was really one drive. What has really killed you is their passing.
2 plays over 50 yards for touchdowns.
Like, their passing is the success rate is a 64% success rate right now through the air. Like, their EPA per play is almost triple what it is in the air through the ground. Like, they ran the ball great that other drive. They had like 50-something yards on the ground. But they've got screens. They've got vertical shots. They've got they got everything. I think they're wrong. They've certainly run the ball well. But Chris Olave, every target is 2.09 yards or expected points added. Olave 2.38. Kamara 2.41. The one bad one was Taysom Hill when he got no gain. They've cooked you. The run defense is bad. You were already down 21 before the run defense had to do anything. Like, because you had, the Kamara touchdown run that was set up kind of by some good play action, 66 yards on the drive on that one. The bomb to Rashid Shaheed and a 57-yard screen. You'd already allowed 21 points before the run defense was like, okay, now we got to go do stuff. And that's the other part. Like, you're down 21, like, you're just going to be getting gashed left and right, too. Like, it's just, defense has been a disaster class today. Unacceptably bad. You just have to start doing stuff. Start making big plays. Like, an INT doesn't really matter when you're trying to pull off a miracle in the second half.
Chris B saying 230 yards and 16 points, and you're down 35-16. LMAO.
It's bad ratio.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what Dallas has done, just in the box score, you don't look at the Saints at all, and you're like, okay, not bad. Besides the interception, which wasn't Dak's fault.
Receiver just fucking fell down on his round. That's not Mike's fault either.
He fell down so bad when the play happened. I thought it was
PI.
DPI.
He just tripped. Like I was kind of like, maybe I'll see a review and be like, oh yeah, he just fell down. Like he got tripped up. No, he just fell. Like there was no like real contact. He just like he never got out of his break right. He didn't sink low enough and just stumbled.
The fallen and I can't get up meme.
All right, let's see. Tom, how good are you at right tackle? Steele's got to go. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about your just overall run game too, because which also I have issue with. You tried real hard to run that football, didn't you, in the first half? You had more runs per pass until the final 2 drives. Not great. Been a lot of bad to go around in this one. Offensive line, and Joe, I kind of go back and look. I think there was one really bad rep from Steele. Haven't noticed a ton of other ones beyond that.
Guyton had that hold or something, I think, as well.
Yeah, which I thought was kind of a crappy hold call.
Yeah.
But you're really trying to run that football, and I don't understand that. Doesn't make much sense to me. Your success rate is not good on the ground. EPAs are negative. Your early down rush, by the way, is horrible. It's actually been more impactful than your passing, even with the interception. It's been worse. Return time for Wanye Thomas, 2 yards out of his own end zone. Thomas is going to get to the 27. Saints doing a good job of not kicking it to Kevontae Turpin. All right.
I just want to give a shout out real quick. These super chats are not pulling very well.
Okay.
King the Daddy, Ryan, Sam, We Don't Wipe These 304s, Pug Racer, Ajapawar. Just want to give you guys shout outs.
I had a beater past 800. Prescott in the shotgun. Elliott to his right. He'll bark out some signals. They roll safety down late. Hand off to Elliott, who's going to get 3, maybe 4. Again, this is the danger this Cowboys team is going to run into. They are going to see light boxes. And when you have light boxes, it makes sense to run into them. You should be able to get good yardage. But if you're not, then you're faced with a 2nd and 7 now. And now it's not a successful run as they put CeeDee Lamb in the backfield, Turpin cheat motion to the right, play action boot right to Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker is going to get it nothing. It's like, again, like you're just, you do a run for 3 yards and you check it down to the tight end as you should on the play action, but it's covered. Like there's just, now you're in 3rd and long. Like I really don't like those first 2 play designs. I really don't. And Jalen Brooks is still out there on offense. You got 2 high shell coverage here. They're going to motion Lamb into the backfield. Now back to the left side. Prescott drops back. Has now under pressure, and Prescott's got no chance. Shovels it to Elliott. Elliott is going to get the first down to more 40, 45, and gets down to the 46. That is all Dak Prescott. I thought he was dead to rights in the backfield. He avoids the sack from Brian Brzee, shovels it to Elliott while spinning around, and then it ends up being Elliott with nobody in front of him and picks up the first down. I have no idea how Dak avoided the sack there. He was dead to rights, and he shovels it to Zeke and gets the first down. Dowdle checks in the game, 1st and 10, ball at the 46. Prescott play action. Has not much time, tucking and running, and Prescott will scramble and slide for a gain of 6-ish. As Demario Davis just kind of falls awkwardly on him. They try to shot play off the actually that little play action. They roll the center left to give some extra protection. Nothing open downfield. They gave Dak a scramble of 8 on that one. Hey, you know what? Zeke was in the right place, the right time. I'm fine with him looking slow on that one. I'm not going to complain about a nice third down pickup. 0 complaints outside of the offensive line not doing its job. 2nd and 2. Ball past midfield. Dowdle motions in the backfield. Too high shell again. Motion from Turpin. Prescott, handoff to Dowdle, cuts it back and only gets a yard. I don't like it when your offensive linemen are on the ground. Terrence Steele was on the ground. 3rd and 1. I don't think that's going to go down to the box score as a run to Elliott. I want to double check. It was pretty lateral, but I think it was forward. So 3rd and 1. They gave it as a pass to Dak there on the Fox stats. 1.5 yards here. And they jump. Offsides. You got to be kidding me, man. 3rd and 6 coming up now. They call that on Guyton, but a lot of your linemen moved. I think Guyton just jumped early. Maybe it was a slow snap from Beebe, but now you're in 3rd and 6, just back on your own side of the field. Saints showing a pressure package. Dak again barking out signals. Drops back. It's a 4-man pressure. Prescott takes a shot play downfield. Got Tolbert. And he makes the grab despite DPI. First down, Tolbert. The ref was going to throw the flag, but he caught it, so he said, why bother? You can see him reaching at it. They do a slot fade to Tolbert, and he makes the catch despite what should have been DPI. Debo's all over him. Great catch by Tolbert. 1st and 10 at the 11 inside the Rocket Money red zone. They bracketed Lamb and took advantage of a deep shot. Good adjustment, good throw. 1st and goal, or 1st and 10 from the 11. Lamb in motion. Boot to Elliott, and not a good throw by Dak. That was a lot of pressure in his face. Led to an errant throw. That was on Prescott there. No way around it. 2nd and 10. Guess it evens out with this ridiculous 3rd and long shovel to Zeke there. And unblocked man, and Prescott just trying to throw it. I think Granderson got there faster than he thought it was going to. 2nd and 10. Turpin in motion. From left to right, back to left. Elliott, the single back, offset right shotgun. Speed option, pitch to Elliott, and Elliott's going to do a nice job to get 2. But the Saints had guys over there, so it's 3rd down at about the 9-yard line. Need 8 for the first. Like Jasper Super Chat. 3 stops, 3 TDs. We are back. Believe it. That's it. That's all you need. It's kind of a lot to ask for. So 3rd and 8. It has to be 4-down territory. You kick a field goal, I'm going to just walk away for 5 minutes. Tolbert in motion from right to left. Boy, the Saints got everything out wide. Prescott stepping up, and pressure's coming. He fumbles the football. Ball's loose. Saints are going to recover it. Still loose. Bouncing around. Tolbert dives on it. Dak trying to make plays happen. Now you have to kick the field goal. Lucky break for Dallas to get on that football. Tolbert's not open downfield, but I love the hustle to come back and get that football. By the way, there's nobody open on that play. This is the issue. If you're getting beat with 4, you're going to have a bad time. Like, Dak's getting hit by 2 players. You can't fumble that football. They're lucky they recovered it. You probably should have gotten, by the way, 0 points on this drive to begin with. You're kind of lucky you're going to get 3 after that 3rd down play previously. Aubrey's field goal is dead center. It's 35-19, but you really couldn't go for it on 4th and, what was it? 4th and 19 probably.
That football almost reminded me. I don't know if you were watching that Kansas game
Yes,
last night.
I think the exact same thing.
That lost them the game.
Yes.
Not
After a
that
chaos
goal.
game. Yeah, that just, you can't. Got to finish off that drive there. You made some really nice plays on the previous third downs. Again, this is the issue when you're relying on so many third down plays, right? You converted a 3rd and 6 on a shovel somehow while you're avoiding a sack. You convert the 3rd and 6 on the bomb to Tolbert. Then you have a bad play on 3rd and 8. You're not supposed to convert 3 straight 3rd and longs. You're not supposed to. You were lucky you did what you did there. But you set yourself up for failure because you missed the first down pass. You don't get a first down run on 2nd down. You run the ball for 2 yards on 2nd and 10. Now you're 3rd and 8, tight area of the field. It's a bad spot. It's a bad spot. Again, if you told you had 19 points so far, you'd probably feel pretty good about it. This side of the ball, this defense we're about to see has to show up. They have to. Even with the interception, your offense hasn't been that bad. A lot better than that Packers game, I'll tell you what. That game, your offense was bad. You needed a, but if your defense is going to play like this, your offense has to be perfect. And you got plenty of highly paid players on that defense. A lot of guys looking for contracts. They got to show up too. Every 200 likes is a shot. The next goal is 2,000 as we attempt to beat our Bears, or our Browns Week 1 matchup, excuse me. So like that video if you are mad at how the Cowboys have played today. By the way, 57% say F. Yeah, that's big. And you need something from your defense here to at least give you some semblance of hope, right? Of if we go get a score and a 2-point try and a score and a 2-point try, you need something here. But with what your defense has shown, raise your hand if you have confidence in the defense getting a stop right now. Would have been nice to have gotten 7 there. Make no mistake about it. No, they've made no stops. None. The Saints have only had 3 third down attempts today. And they've all been 5 yards or fewer. Cowboys had more third down attempts on that last drive of more yardage. Defense has to do something here. I don't even need a turnover. I need a stop. A stop on defense. As Aubrey's going to kind of angle that one in the end zone for a touchback. So ball at the 30 here. 9:05 to go in the third quarter. You just got to get a stop here on defense. Because if they march down the field and score, ball game. Carr's had all day in the pocket. There's no pressure really. I haven't seen anybody outside of Micah getting even near the QB here. And they've done a great job on Micah. That they just showed a great look at that Olave deep cross. The linebackers get sucked in on play action. That's why Diggs is so far off. There should be linebackers right there. Play action, deep dig. Linebackers get sucked in. 1st and 10 from the 30. Boot left. Carr got a wide open Alvin Kamara for a gain of 7. I mean, there's the difference in the game, right? Cowboys and Saints run very similar boot actions. Carr's got nobody near him. Easy completion. Dak's got a man in his face. Also going to Kamara versus Zeke, which maybe is better game planning there. But 3 pressures today out of Mike Zimmer's defense. They're trying nickel packages here. They're trying all different personnel combinations. They have not played DeMarvin Overshown nearly enough as far as I'm concerned. Leofau's rolled down as a linebacker. Carr, toss left to Kamara. Kamara's going to get nothing on that one. Good defense. 3rd and 2. Type in 3. Got to get a stop. Do you run or pass here for the Saints, by the way? I mean, 3rd and 2. A screen, Chris says, to go to the house. That's not a bad idea. It's worked well. They should have had 2 big plays, but Kamara dropped one. They got Taysom Hill in the game as the single back in the pistol set. And they're going Wildcat with Hill. Hill on a stretch left. Hill is going to get the first down and more. 4 for 4 on third downs. They've all been less than 5 yards. What do you expect? The Cowboys defense was not ready for that. Clark and Kendricks, those are your linebackers. They're just not out there. Like, someone's got to get to the edge there, man. Diggs takes on the receiver. He's not making much of a tackling effort. Jesus. 1st and 10. Taysom Hill in the game at fullback. Carr under center. Toss left to Kamara. Gets 2, maybe 2.5. Micah Parsons in there on the tackle. A lot of outside runs today for the Saints offense, by the way. Have not been a ton of inside runs. They've got to the edges frequently, which again, there's a lack of respect outside of Tank Lawrence for the outside zone run defensive players here. That's Micah. It's your linebackers again. A lot of players have not shown up today. 2nd and 7, ball at midfield, and the clock is just bleeding here from Dallas. Or for the Saints. Play clock inside of 7 now. Hill is the single back. They're going to motion the fullback. Play action pass, seam shot, caught. Olave beats Jordan Lewis. Honestly, pretty good coverage from Jordan Lewis, but that's an easy, just over the middle throw. As Mozzie's drawn with an offensive lineman. I actually kind of like it. Show some damn energy. And they're gonna bring in Micah. They're gonna bring off Micah and Tank and bring on the backups. 1st and 10. So you got Linval Joseph out there and Jordan Phillips, I assume, and Marshawn Nealand. First and 10, play clock inside of 3, toss right to Taysom Hill. Hill up the middle. Hill is going to get about 5, maybe 6 on that one. 1st down. Adam is into our Dak Prescott jersey raffle. Think I would into a defensive player today, by the way. That'd have been real bad. Adam, CD Lamb, 88. He's been good today. He's got 4 for 90 and a score. Now, why does Jalen Tolbert have more targets than Lamb? Probably credit to the Saints defense, but still. 2nd and 3. Backup defensive line out there. Offset I, toss left to Jamal Williams. Williams is going to get the 1st down. Or sorry, that's Rashid Shaheed on the toss play. First down, Saints. Saints just marching the ball down the field. They're now inside of 4:40 to go in the 3rd quarter. Motion again from Shaheed. Play action from Derek Carr. Has got all damn day. Goes back. Leak tight end is wide open. They ran Leak. There is a flag. Is it going to come back? Looks like it will. Ineligible man downfield. They ran, that's tight end Leak. I don't even need to see the actual route combination. You leaked that tight end backside downfield. He was wide open. And they call Cesar Ruiz as an eligible man downfield to take the touchdown off the board and maybe, just maybe, give the Cowboys life on defense. Emphasis on maybe. I think it actually should be on Fuaga. He was further downfield. Got to be aware there. So 1st and 15 from the 31. There's 4:26 to go in the 3rd quarter. Hill in motion. Handoff to Kamara. Kamara going to bounce it wide. Cut it up. Run right over Diggs. And picks up 10. Again, when you run at Trayvon Diggs, good things tend to happen if you get on the outside. It's going to be a long drive of the Saints, by the way. Like you can feel it in your bones, right? They're just going to bleed clock, punch it in for 7 here, and be up 42-19 with the 4th quarter to go. That's what it feels like, right? 2nd and 5. Kamara, inside zone, is going to get a couple. I think a nice job there by Osa to penetrate. Kendricks and Mozzie Smith combine to make the tackle. 3rd and short. Type in those threes. Third down. Type it in. I'm not nearly drunk enough. Someone give me a freaking $100 super chat so I can do some beer bongs here, please. 3rd and 3. Inside that Rocket Money red zone. Pistol set, high snap, hands to Kamara. Going to bounce it wide and get the first down. They're running right at Marshawn Nealon. Got pushed back too far. Good job by Osa to get some penetration. Roberto says Kendricks is 32 years old and the rest look in their 30s too. It's a hell of a drive right now by the Saints. I mean, they are just run. 1st and 10 at the 14. Kamara gets a breather. Tank gets a breather. Again, who's played well on defense? Nobody. Not a single soul. Hill in motion now as the offset, or as the single back fullback. Boot action. Carr's got all damn day. Looking, running. He's actually going to lose a yard, I think, there. So good job for the 3rd time all day, if that, by the Cowboys defense there. Carr, I think, lost a yard, so it might be a Chauncey Golston sack. Also probably worth the 40 seconds. Shaheed wanted it in the corner. I think Carr knew it. Carr is laughing like he knew he had him. Second and 11 from the 15. Shaheed in motion. He gets the jet sweep handoff, and he's not going to get much. Good job by Damone Clark. For the first time all game with 1:50 to go here in the 3rd quarter, it is 3rd and long. And your defense finally gets to attack the quarterback. 3rd and 9.5. We're also with 1.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Parsons, Kendricks, Osa, Golston, Tank, Overshone, Lewis, and your normal secondary. Empty personnel here for Derek Carr and the Saints. He drops back to pass. Throw short, incomplete, and there's the flag for DPI. Yep. That's super frustrating because he didn't have to. It was a route short of the sticks. Jordan Lewis on Taysom Hill, he's all over him, and he twists him. You can have your hip on that, hand on the hip of the back pocket. Can't twist. Yeah, that is the correct call. But they have to throw the flag there. You have to do it. You prevented the receiver from making the catch. Like, yeah, not in the hip pocket. He grabbed that left hand. First and goal from the 7. Carr hands it off to Kamara. And Kamara broke free from 4 guys and scores. I just don't understand how you don't tackle him there. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. What an embarrassment.
Luis with the super chat here saying Mike Zimmer not coaching last year for a reason.
They just been just like the Packers game. Extra point is blocked, by the way. Chauncey Golston got his fingertips on it and made it go left. By the way, I would sit my starters. Like there's no point. You're not winning this football game. I would sit my starters right now. Right now. Today's show is made possible by Rocket Money. The Cowboys defense has made a lot of mistakes. Hopefully you haven't made mistakes by forgetting to cancel the subscriptions you don't want to pay for. Rocket Money helps you do that. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That was a 13-play, 70-yard touchdown drive that took up 7 minutes and 56 seconds. This, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I like to use an 8% win probability feature to determine game time or garbage time. Folks, we are in garbage time. We are deep into the garbage time right now. It's been that way since the Saints had the ball. Really the entire half. Like it's been at 90% since about the 2-minute warning. It's garbage time. That's what we're at. We are in garbage time here. It's over. Like I legitimately would sit my starters. There's no benefit. You're not going to learn anything. You're not going to do anything. They're going to be in just 2 high shells all day. Like I don't think you're going to get any benefits by trying to put your offense out there.
Byron Joe DeVee with a super chat saying time to pick an OC off the Shanahan tree.
I've been begging for years.
Chris B not making anything better saying we got the Ravens next week.
Nope. Touchback with 1:09 to go. Just get the backups in. I don't know. All you're doing is jeopardizing injury here. Tyrann Matthews looks like a pulled calf. There's your post-game script. Prescott just got to start chucking bombs. Checks it down to Dowdle. It's the good decision to avoid the pick, but it's a gain of 3, maybe 4. Just a putrid performance so far out of the Dallas Cowboys. They run a draw to Dowdle. Dowdle is going to get the first down and get past the 40. I don't know. Frankie, any chance the Cowboys trade for receiver because their receiver room sucks too? Shit, I'm more worried about your defense, right? Like, I don't want to play Jalen Brooks ever again. I think you're missing Ferguson, but my defense is terrible today. Prescott will check it down again because you have to. Like, Dowdle did a nice shot to pick up 9 there, by the way. It's your only options right now. Just air it out. You kind of have to in this scenario. Just been a disaster class today. And that'll take us to the fourth quarter. Normally we say type L here or type 4 here. Let's just type L. Let's just type L instead because this is an L for the Dallas Cowboys. They have not shown up in any facet of the game. Some of the offense showed up. Your defense has not had a stop all game. And I genuinely think, depending on how much time the Cowboys have left when they score, they should go for an onside kick, by the way, if they want to win the game. They're not going to score, period. Like, can anyone name one player who showed up on defense today? Because I can't. None of your linebackers, not Micah, not Tank, not Diggs, not Carson. Oh, Donovan Wilson he was in the wrong spot on a bunch of big plays today. You have just gotten gashed all day long. All day. Run, pass, doesn't matter. You have been unable to stop New Orleans. Whoever said that they wanted to ask about the over-under for Dak. Well, he's going to get to the over. He's a yard away now. He's doing the right thing. Taking the 8-yard check down to Dowdle, but it kind of doesn't even matter, frankly. It just kind of doesn't matter. Your offense was fine in the first half. They just had to settle for field goals, but it doesn't matter when your defense can't stop a goddamn nosebleed. Yeah, change that one to who do you blame the most? Just bad performances across the board here. Jalen Brooks was bad too. Had one nice 10-yard catch. His fault on the INT. You can't fall down as a wide receiver on a deep dig with a corner behind you. You just can't do it. Unacceptable. So the Cowboys home opener, we've got 15 more minutes. Can we do a running clock? That's where I'm the fuck at. Because I'm over this game. I'm over it. Tennessee asked Kentucky to do a half, and they said no. Just this nice quality meme for you on Twitter. I got no memes left. Glad I didn't make the ones and waste my time with Trace. He gets to do his victory lap. Lamb in motion. 2nd and 1 past midfield. Prescott going to keep it and then throw it to Schoonmaker for a first down inside the 35. Yay. As a reminder, we'll do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at the end of the game. We have Hawkeyes, Ryan, and Adrian in, and oh, great, Zach Martin's hurt. This is why you sit your fucking starters in a blowout, Mike. You fucking idiot. This is why you sit the starters. Adebayo and the injury. This is why you do this. This is why when the game is over, get your key players out of there. I'd have sat Dak. I'd have sat Lamb. I'd have sat Tyler Smith. I'd have sat Zach Martin. I'd plugged in my backups. I'd have sat Tank Lawrence. I'd have sat Micah Parsons. I'd sat Trayvon Diggs. I'd sat all those guys. I wouldn't have played them. It's not worth it. You're not going to win this football game. Now all you've done is potentially significantly jeopardize your entire fucking season in week 2. I hope he is okay. That was Zach Martin. We'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully he's okay. Truly the exact thing I was worried about. He went to the medical tent. That's the update I got for you. It's AJ. He just dropped to his knees at work. I've done it before. In this office. Let's see. On the bright side, this is McCarthy's last season. Yeah, but I just wasted a year of all this talent that I do have. They haven't shown up today, but I have talent. Samaj, think Dan Quinn would let this much BS happen on defense? Yes, they did last year. Again, down the stretch, the defense looked a lot like this one. Green Bay, Seattle, they got gashed by Buffalo, gashed by Miami. They didn't get off the field very much. This is what this defense has been more often than not the past year and a half, or half a year, I should say. Bad spot. Andres said he wanted McCarthy gone at the end of last season. Thanks, Jerry. A lot of us did. Someone do 100 so I can do a beer bong, please. Boss said I can't otherwise. I actually messaged them today about it. They said no, only if you get 100. Let's see what happened to Zach Martin here. Oh, well, you cut away before you showed anything. Great job, Fox. Great fucking job. All right, backups in the game here. TJ Bass. Prescott. Seam shot. Caught by a sliding Jalen Tolbert. Nice pitch and catch there. Like, Tolbert I would have kept in the game. And it was said, rush, force feed Jalen Tolbert. Cowboys are marching at the 22 in a game that has long been over. Take an end zone shot here. You kind of just have to. Prescott checks it down to Dowdle. Gets inside the red zone, still running. Thank you, Anthony McMillan. $100. That also gives him the lead for today's Week 2 MVP. And Zach Martin is on the bike, which is probably a good sign, actually. Anthony is in. Saints bringing pressure. Prescott, end zone to Lamb, who almost made an unreal grab, and that should have been targeting. Lamb got hit high. He'll get a breather. How is that not a flag against Will Harris? No, they actually did him in the helmet. That's fine. His arms protected himself there. Third and 4 with no Lamb on the field. They're going to roll it right, and there's nobody open. Prescott just has to throw it away. Why are you doing, again, I hate this rollout shit. Like that, I cannot stand that play call, man. I truly cannot. I hate rollouts. They don't work. 4th and 4. Again, you have to go for it. That was just, that was a throwaway. Tolbert's not open, Turpin's not open. You have to throw it away there. There's nothing that you can do. Now you have to go for it, and you're in a bad spot, 4th and 4.5, really. Saints showing pressure. Dak drops back. Throws, and it's incomplete. And we're doing shots to Brevin Span forward on 4th down. Again, it doesn't really matter. But, like, how are we calling plays for Brevin Span forward? Like, what are we doing out here? Like, how does that make sense? Like, that's really, those are your two best plays you're going to go to. You're going to do a boot right with Turpin and Tolbert, and you're going to do a hitch route to your UDFA tight end. Seriously? Like, what are we doing out there, Mike? Again, this is not results-oriented. That's process-oriented. That's a bad process.
Good coaches call ball on players, not plays. Got 6 targets to CD all game. Got more targets to Jalen Tolbert in this game.
Tolbert's actually been kind of good, by the way. But again, it's all garbage time shit, so who cares? This is all garbage time. Like, you were in garbage time in the second half of... It was different than the Browns game last week on the opposite side. You've been in garbage time the entire time because your defense is a non-factor. Like, maybe they get a stop here. I'm still sitting the starters. I don't want to risk further injury. Like, Aubrey makes like $1 million a year, by the way. He makes nothing. He's been awesome. Dwayne is targeting defined like in college and the same as the NFL. No. Also, I'm glad it's not because I saw the worst targeting call in my entire life in the Florida A&M game. The DB hit the guy's ass and they called targeting.
Yeah, because crown of the helmet goes from feet to head.
Which is stupid because he's above him. Yeah. He can only hit him with the crown of his helmet. His head's actually up. It was actually, that's good. It was a good form tackle. It was a horrible call.
That part of the rule is really stupid.
Like, yeah, I mean,
Head to toe.
Like, we have to just like have common sense. Be like, okay, that's not what the rules is there for. It's not. Same with not putting your starters out there down 41-19 in a game your defense had zero stops. Sit Micah, sit Tank, sit Osa. Don't put those guys out there. Let's just go home. Let's run the clock. Jeff, until McCarthy is fired and Rowdy is banished from existence, this team can't be taken seriously. They can't. They can't. This is why no one trusts them. Not a single person in the audience actually trusted them. They were optimistic. Tyra Sweet's out there. Good job. Good job. Now sit the rest of your starters. Kamara handoff, a missed tackle by Malik Hooker, and he picks up 4. James, happy putting this on Dak. Defense stopped a single drive. We can be mad about a lot of things. Say that's totally fine. But if your number one takeaway is, wow, this defense was terrible, if it wasn't that, I don't know what we're watching. I genuinely believe I could have put out the greatest Cowboys ever. Aikman, Emmett, Michael, or Aikman and Staubach, whichever one you want to go with. Larry Allen. Bring out all the greatest 11. You lose this football game. Wouldn't have mattered. 2nd and 7. Carr, the handoff to Kamara, who finds a hole and gets the first down. He ran right over Tyra Sweet. Not exactly his game, is it? As the Patriots have taken lead over Seattle, if you care. New England is not terrible? Curiouser. We mentioned Dwayne's targeting. It's not quite the same. It's a little bit more lax. Play Cleveland missing a Pro Bowl running back, tight end, 2 TDs, bad QB. Get all those plays. Better team, and where's the D? No. Look at who we play. Can't beat the allegations if you're playing bad against the Saints and getting your ass kicked at home. Can't beat them. 1st and 10. Play clock down to 2. Derek Carr. Oh, it's a play action. He's got all day. Downfield. High. Intercepted by Donovan Wilson. Hey, the defense made a stop. Hooray. Yay. Kind of on. It's a little bit of an overthrow there. I got the tweet, Chris. I got the tweet here. If you want to read off some of these supers. I have a banger tweet coming up here.
Mark saying Cleveland goes prevent. That's got a ton of stats, and people will say, look at his yards. 2 playoff wins in 8 years versus bad teams is not equal to largest money ever. I'll just contract that.
Well, that's also how it's gone for all these other QBs too. Like they've all gotten paid huge money. Yeah. Honestly, again, your first half of offense when you were semi in the football game, your quarterback in that one was, let's get the freaking load. I got too many tabs up. 13 of 17 for 144, a TD, and a pick that wasn't his fault. Like they actually played well on offense in the first half. The difference is it was too little too late. And this game's been over for an entire half. I tweeted out to Chris Paul, it's a huge shoot to cut the lead down to 42. With the caption, Donovan Wilson with the INT. That's what that is. I will, by rule, show off the turnover chain and wear it. There you go. There you go, Noah. I'm not keeping it on for a while. They don't deserve it. You don't get one bad throw and get to go back out there and be like, yeah, we're back, baby. No. No one can blame the offense. Their defense gives every play. Imagine them taking the SATs while your friend gets the shit out of him next to you. I'm not blaming them for not locking in. They've been fine. Like, they'll score 20-something points. That should have been enough in this game. It's not. It's not. By the way, Hutchinson has 5 sacks today against the Bucs. Hutchinson has 5 sacks. Dwayne, did you bring in Lance or Rush? You have to bring in Rush. You can only play Lance if there's 2 quarterback injuries. He's your emergency third QB. You can only play Rush, which I'm doing. I don't care. Like, cool, I can get a garbage time touchdown. Again, the game is over. It has been over for like an hour and a half. Good news, at least, Zach Martin's back out there. Now, I don't know if I'd put him back out there. Again, you have the money to spend more players. You've got like $26 million in salary cap space, by the way. You can spend more if you want to. They just chose not to. They waited too long. Prescott with the ball at the 47-yard line. Downfield seam shot, and that's just picked off, which, again, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to force one in there. The game's long over. I'm fine throwing the interception, trying to force feed CeeDee Lamb. Like, that's just a bad decision.
Judah G saying our defense left their bodies on the bench all game.
I'm a little surprised they didn't throw in on the last 2 drives, frankly. Because, like, those are the plays that you kind of have to do. Like, you're down 41-19. Like, it's a bad decision, but you have to start making bad decisions to get chunk plays. And that's all you have. It's your only option. That's why you should have just sat him, because it doesn't matter. The game's over. Motion from Shaheed, handoff to Kamara. Kamara's going to break a tackle and pick up 8. Cowboys coaches here is a rope. Find a Shanahan tree. It's clever. It's clever. Mean, but also clever. Yeah, I mean, at least Martin's okay, but I'd sit everybody. Like, I don't really care about that. Like, it is what it is. He never saw Tyrann Mathieu. He thought Mathieu was going somewhere else. Mathieu cheats over to Lamb. It's a good play by Mathieu. Bad decision. Can't throw it. I'd be mad if it was if that was a 7-point game. I'd be pissed. When it's 41-19, I don't really care. Like, at that point, it's just like, okay, whatever. Like, you kind of just, you can't just take the 7-yard checkdowns every play. Linval Joe's coming out of the pile with that ball. Refs say he was down. Pretty sure he was too. I think this is the worst defensive game I've ever watched in the game of football. It's up there. I think the Packers offense was better than the Saints offense, and it feels very similar. Like, that's my issue, right? I've seen this game a lot. Seen all these games a lot. Motion. Carr under center. They're going to play action it. Double team Parsons. Throws an incomplete. Good coverage in the flat by Osa Odigizua, who took the fullback on that play. It's quite impressive. Yeah, you got to play. Second and 10. Handoff to Jamal Williams. Osa Odigizua, TFL, 3rd and 10. The Saints are not trying very much on offense. They're just bleeding clock here. I like Liam Tucker's super chat. Put Osa at corner. Blue family for life. What happened to our defense? Parsons is missing today. Look, again, who played well on defense? The answer is nobody. Not a single person showed up on defense today. Like, by the way, I'm also very concerned that you don't have a good enough offense without Jake Ferguson. It wouldn't have mattered if you had Fergie. You would have lost this game. Like, there's like back-to-back plays that probably would have been shots to Ferguson. There's no threat over the middle beyond CeeDee Lamb right now, and you do miss that. Carr on 3rd and 12. High out route incomplete. I believe this is about to be the first punt of the football game. With 9:43 to go. I believe this is going to be the first punt. Like, again, T. Thompson, come on, man. Like, let's be honest here. The offense wouldn't have mattered today. I can't allow 7 straight scoring drives on defense. Like, we can be mad. We can be mad at Lamb. We can be mad at Zeke. Be mad at Dak. Be mad at Rico Dowdle. Be mad at the offensive line. Mad at Terrence Steele. Mad at Mike McCarthy. It starts with the defense. You're not going to win football games by allowing 6 straight touchdown drives. It is impossible. You can't win that way, as the punt is away. Like, I want to put Cooper Rush out there. This game's over. It's not worth risking injury. Sit them all. Like, Primus and Matt got 40 minutes between Dak and Lamb. I'm paying so much for my defense, too. Got nothing to show for it. It has been a terrible game across the board for everyone on this football team. Like, who's played well today? Maybe CeeDee Lamb? Maybe Jalen Tolbert? Certainly not Jalen Brooks. Schoonmaker's been okay. Like, I would sit these guys. You ain't coming back. You've had a less than 10% win chance since the first half. You're cooked, baby. You ain't winning that game. Like, no conflagration. No quarterback is supposed to win this type of game. None of them. Tom Brady's not winning it. Mahomes ain't winning it. It's just not going to happen. And if it does, it's 1 in a million. It's just not. Aubrey played well. Good point. Aubrey played well, T. Thompson. He always plays well. He's great. Like, you're just not going to win this game. Not with this level of defensive performance. That is where my concerns are at. I'm out here watching Alvin Kamara run for 5.7 yards per carry, a bunch of that in garbage time. I'm watching Derek Carr do anything he wants. I've seen a handful of stops. Like, you're not gonna realistically win football games. You're just not. Even in shootouts, your defense gets to stop before the fourth quarter. Like, you just, the only way you win that game, this game, is if your quarterback puts up the greatest offensive performance ever. We know that, right? He would have had to throw 7 touchdowns today to win this game. And you only stopped them once the game was over. Does anyone think any quarterback you can have them to throw 7 TDs? I don't think so. Because your ground game was terrible today. You can't run the ball. Your defense never showed up. The only way you've moved the ball remotely is through the air. It wasn't good enough. There was no good enough you ever would have realistically got to. There's not. This game is a sunk cost. Move on. Sit the starters. Get them out of there. It's not gonna end well. Like, you've trailed more at home today than the entire previous season. You never showed up. You never did. And that's bad. They're still out there on offense with these starters. Prescott drops back to pass. Throws to Tolbert for a gain of 5. Again, the 5-yard throws are fine if you're down 7, but if you're trying to actually win the game, just fucking throw bombs. I don't care about a pick. Throw bombs. Nothing matters. Let's have fun. 2nd and 6. Prescott, pressure in his face, has no chance. The right side of the line collapses and Dak goes down. I don't know if he even had a chance to finish his drop here. Let's see. They ran a stunt. Martin and Beebe did not pick it up well. Beebe was late adjusting. Throw a bomb. Just fuck it. Just throw a 50-yard bomb, see what happens. Throw a seam shot to Schoonmaker. See if he can make those plays. Doesn't matter. It's all meaningless. 3rd and 12 at their own 9. Under pressure again. Prescott rolling right as to check it down to Schoonmaker. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Just punt it. Don't even bother going for it. Not at your own 12. Punt and put the backups in. Game is over. Why are you going for it? Why are you going for it? Can't wait till they run all hitches here. I can't wait for this. 4th and 9. Dude, they ran all hitches except for a bomb to Brooks. A little bit underthrown. They ran 2 hitches in a vert play. Again, here's my issue, right? 4th and 9. Not a great throw from Dak. Not that it really matters. It probably needs another 2 more yards of air underneath it. We're really going to do deep shots to Jalen Brooks? Like, we're expecting Jalen Brooks to go up there and make a play? Come on. Like, that play call should be done on 2nd down. Why is that your 4th and 9 play call?
Or with CD.
Like, I just don't understand it. It's all just dumb. It's all game's long been over. It doesn't really matter. This is why I love garbage time filters. Like, I'm gonna put those all on, like at the actual numbers. Like, this game's over since the first half. We'll get one more score here. This one's probably not even really your defense's fault. Like, I don't expect them to stop anybody here. So I'm not gonna say they allowed all the points, but like, come on, they didn't stop anybody. Like, again, why is Micah Parsons out here? Like, why are your starters still playing this game? Why? Get your good players off the field. It doesn't matter. Sit them. It's just stupid. That's a 7-yard gain by Kamara, by the way. Your run defense has been a no-show in the second half. You passed 195K, so I do owe a beer bong, which is going to be the saddest beer bong since the Green Bay game, which was 2 games ago. Kamara, toss right, gets the first down, and there is a flag that should be for holding. Cheers. Another beer bong, I'll do 100. Another 100, I'll do a beer bong. Please set the starters, Dallas. 2nd and 13. I just don't want an injury. Like, you know, handoff, Jamal Williams. Nice running, picks up 5-ish. Like, here's what I don't want to have happen. Like, I don't want to have a freak play where, you know, Tyler Smith gets rolled up on and he pops his knee and he's out for the year. In a game where you've been over for truly 2 hours, I feel like. It was over pretty early. I don't want that. That's not worth it for me. I changed note 4. Handoff, Jamal Williams picks up a couple. I'd probably go for this if I were the Saints, by the way. Like, just to bleed off more time. That's what I would do. They're going to bring out the field goal unit, I think. It's fine. You are at the point, though, where you just need to sit the starters. It's the Denver game from years ago. It's the Cardinals game even from... it's just not... It's the Niners game, I guess. Just not worth it. Like, just not worth it. I truly believe, based on the way the Cowboys called this game early, they came in, as the field goal was good, thinking they were going to play well on defense today. Because they came out running the ball, doing short stuff, keeping control of the clock. I think they thought the defense was going to play well. And they did not. A good point by Johnny. Chauncey Golson has played the best since he blocked the extra point. I mean, Wilson got gifted an interception. It's not a great throw by Carr, who I think has played quite well. It's easy when... How many times, again, we do this a lot in these types of games. How many times have I said wide open player for the Saints? How many times have I said wide open player for the Dallas Cowboys? This happens every time the defense gets gashed and or the offense has a rough show of things. It feels so much harder to get guys wide open for the Cowboys than it does for the opposing team. Kamara, the screen. Shaheed was wide open. Olave's been open on almost every target, I feel like. Kamara, they've thrown the ball. They've completed 11 passes. They've 243 yards. It's been chunk play, chunk play, chunk play. What are you going to do? Feels like even all those Lamb throws, they're all tight window stuff. Like even last week, there's a lot of tight windows in there. I don't think you're scheming very well. Turpin will kneel it. Please bring out Rush. Don't bring out Dak again. You're just jeopardizing stuff. Your O-line, again, I think it's partially coverage stuff, but I just saw the all-22, by the way. I get why he threw that ball to Lamb, by the way. That was robber, and Matthew comes from hash to hash and makes the play. That's a good play by Tyrann Mathieu. Hope this is the Cardinals game from last year. Hope so. Thank God Cooper Rush is in the game. Thank God. Don't play any of your good players. Just get him out of there. Thank God. They just ran a screen in which nobody ran a screen. That sums up this game, baby. Nothing sums up this game like running a bubble screen where no one runs a bubble screen. Sums it up so well. 2nd and 10. It's a play action because you're down by a bunch. Rush downfield. Great catch. Oh, he dropped it. I was about to say a great catch from Cavante Turpin, but he dropped it. And this is his issue. This is why I'm actually glad Turpin's out there. I'm going to feed him the ball a ton because he's had 2 targets this year. He's dropped both of them. Brevin Span forward in motion. Rush in the shotgun. Deuce Vaughn is the running back. They check it down to Vaughn. Vaughn makes one guy miss and picks up 7. 6.5. You've kind of run into your very classic Cowboys issues now they're going to punt. Whatever. You've run into some very classic Cowboys issues. Like when the Cowboys play badly and they lose these types of games, there's normally several issues that pop up. The defense can't stop play action and motion. Happened today. A bunch of their big throws were on that. They can't stop the run. Saints gashed them. The running game is MIA. You take away Dak Prescott scrambles. The Cowboys ran the ball 19 times for 56 yards. That's bad. I think, frankly, because the game's been so bad, the running game, we have to have the conversation again. It's been bad. Your passing game, the numbers look okay. I kind of think they're a bit deceptive because, again, that game was mostly over before it really got going. Like, I trust CeeDee Lamb. I think you really missed having a second player where if they saw this with the Niners too, right? You take away Lamb, who gets open? Like there's nobody really open. Tolbert's made some nice plays. Schoonmaker's been a safety valve. Brandon Cooks has been held in check. I don't think they scheme very well. So you don't have winners who are going to go make big plays for you. I think that I think that second interception from Dak, which was a forced seam shot, down by a lot. I'm really not. I'd be mad if that was like a 7-point game. I'd be pissed. Like it's a horrible throw. Down 41-19. Who cares? Like there's nobody over the middle that opposing defenses fear. Like Ferguson, they'll pay attention to. But I mean, you're drawing up 4th down plays for Brevin Spanford and Jalen Brooks. Like, what do we think is going to happen there? 2nd and 8, Jake Haener, the handoff, Jamal Williams, 1st down. Blue family, if Carr did this, what will Lamar do to us? Remember how you've been unable to stop mobile quarterbacks in the past? Your historical issues are once again going to appear. I think the Ravens, by the way, got caught peeking ahead a little bit. They're only up 23-16 over the Raiders. Minshew's been decent. Actually, he's kind of gotten going a little bit in the second half there. Jimmy, at least play the Giants in Week 4, so we'll be 2-2. Speaking of the scoregami thing, by the way, this score would be a scoregami. Scoregami. Handoff, Jamal Williams going to bounce it wide and run right over Trayvon Diggs. Again, why is Diggs out there? I don't care. Put fucking CJ Goodwin out there. I don't care. I know you don't have the corners. Put somebody good out there. Or bad out there. Sorry, bad out there. Ravens next week. Guess what they're going to do? Get ready for Derrick Henry inside zone, baby. You think they can stop him? I don't. I'm not looking forward to next Sunday. We're going to be in for a bad time. I fear. All the things that we were worried about this season, we've seen today, right? Not enough playmakers. O-line's a little bit shaky. Defense can't stop a nosebleed. You're missing talent, etc. It's not great. Eddie Spaghetti says 49ers losing. Even when we lose, we still win. First off, you're about to curse the Vikings into a win, into blowing this. This has been a Ty Chandler game up front. That's crazy. But also, the Niners saying the exact same thing about you today. And this, I don't care that the Niners are going to win. I don't care. I want to win fucking football games. I don't care what the other rival does. I care about this game. And this game's been a fucking shit show. They never showed up. Not one time did they show up today. Sorry. Aubrey showed up. CeeDee Lamb showed up and Dak showed up on like one play. Kind of just was one play, frankly. That really makes them look a lot better. But it is what it is. Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Is what it is derogatory, by the way. Download the Game Time app, create your account, check out their new feature. It's called Game Time Picks. Amazing tickets to your favorite teams play live, even easier. Filters out the fluff to only show you incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Game Time Picks, just curation. Makes it easier to save more on sports, concerts, comedy, theater, etc. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game Time, which the Cowboys did not get word of, apparently. A lot of comments like, oh, trade for a player. In the moment, hot take, I might change my mind to tomorrow. I'm not, because I need too much. I'm going to do it next offseason. I missed my window. I didn't try to get better this year, and I've paid the price. And I'm seeing it on the field today. I can't stop the run. Like, by the way, I don't even know how much of this was a Mozzie Smith issue. You know, they destroyed Linval Joseph and Jordan Phillips. All right, they destroyed those two. And you made those moves in August instead of adding talent in March like a normal fucking franchise does. Ground game's still bad. And I appreciate the Saints kneeling here. I appreciate the mercy rule. 7 days till Baltimore, and I got no confidence in it. Last call for the Venmo 50-50 raffles. Right now, it's just 3 people, I think. So I'm missing one. Alvin Kamara went for 180 yards. The Browns, by the way, are going to beat the Jags, it seems like. Well, maybe. It's late in the game. They have to punt. It's a horrible game, but hopefully we had our one bad game out of the way for the year. But this is specifically what I warned the Cowboys to not do, was don't have a letdown game. Guess what they did? They had a letdown game. It's frustrating. Because they didn't show up today. There's nobody really exempt from blame. Nobody really. Nobody. Who played well? Aubrey played well. Aubrey. Zeke didn't play well. Dowdle didn't play well. Deuce Vaughn didn't play well. Turpin was kind of like a pretty big negative, by the way. He had the drop again. Well, it was late in the game, so who cares? Brooks was terrible. You blow a block on a reverse that would have scored, and you drop a pass, or you fall down, leads to an interception. Brutal. Brutal performance out of the Cowboys. Defense was a complete no-show. You didn't play DeMarvion Overshown very much, as good as he was last week. Like, what are we doing out here? Why? Why are we doing that? Stop acting like he's your fourth best linebacker on rundowns. Doesn't make any sense. The answer is an F, by the way. That is an F performance. Like, I'll have the non-garbage time stats, but that kind of stops after the first half, basically. You didn't show up. You just didn't show up. I'll shout out some super chats here while Chris builds. I did change takeaway 4, by the way. Eddie Spaghetti, do you call the Jets for Hassan Reddick? No, I'm not paying him. Like, that is a win-now move. I don't think I'm a win-now team right now. You want to get better? Yes. But he wants to get paid. And I'm not going to pay him. It's kind of like I am at the point, and I was at this point for a while, I'm going to keep my ammunition for next offseason. I can't go all in because I wasn't all in for 7 months. Trying to go all in now is going to just lead to mistakes. So I'm not going that. I will say defense in general is a fine answer for who I blame the most. Like, I have no complaints about saying that's the case. Like, Golston showed up. Maybe Chauncey Golston, he got the freebie sack when Derek Carr ran out of bounds and blocked the kick. But like all of these players, or all these concerns that we had about this team, they've shown up today. They were there. Couldn't stop the run. Your defense looked as bad as it did against Green Bay. You're banking a lot on one coordinator change fixing it. Didn't happen today. It's a bad showing. It's a bad showing out there today from the Dallas Cowboys. A very bad showing. Aubrey played well. Golston made 2 splash plays, but I don't know if that was negative for the rest of his snaps. I have to go back and watch. But again, when you allow all the yardage ever, how it's going to go. All right, the 50-50 race. This is for a $30 take-home. It's a 3-man race. 3-person race, I should say. Man is in, like, plural man, not gender base. Hawkeyes, Ryan, and Aiden are in for this one. Let's ride 3, 2, 1. You got Spaceman Duck, regular duck, and what kind of duck is Hawkeyes? Is it a bear duck? Bear duck, maybe? Tanned duck, but it has ears too. I don't know. Hawkeyes has the lead. Ryan's in third. Adrian, that is Adrian. Sorry, I might have spoke earlier. With, I assume that's Astronaut Duck. It does have the Cowboys star on it, though. Is that a good or a bad thing? We'll find out here in 20 seconds. Just 3 ducks for the Venmo race. We'll do the jersey raffle here in a minute. There's a lot more interest in the jersey raffle. We got pulled hamstrings galore here. There goes Hawkeyes falling back into last. Here comes Adrian. Adrian is gonna win in third place. At least one star came out on top today. Adrian, I'll pay you right now for the 30. Cheers to you, my friend. At least somebody won today. Brutal. A lot. Hawkeye's going to have duck soup tonight. I love it. Yeah. Someone says you need faster receivers. You're still pretty slow across the board. Again, you really tried to run that football in the first half, too. It did not go well. It's been an issue for this team for a while. If they try to run the ball, doesn't work, the offense is then relying on all third down conversions, and you're just not going to get all of them. You are lucky to get to 50% of third down plays. Lucky. You're at about 13% today. You're pretty good on third downs. Doesn't matter if you're in constant third downs. Doesn't. All right, let's do the Dak jersey raffle, or somebody else if you already have a Dak one. We got, 142 entries? Is that right? 143 entries. Okay, so I was right the first time. You can't do math. All right, here we go. Big old duck race. No other options. Let's ride. Other scores from around the NFL, by the way. Vikings beat the 49ers. Seattle, New England's in overtime. Commanders on the edge of field goal range. Titans trying to score late in the fourth quarter with seconds to go. Browns are up by 5 late in the game. Raiders are now on the verge of tying it up. And the Lions are down late in the fourth, but in Bucs territory. So some wild finish about to happen, by the way. OG Heroic, Anthony McMillan. Here comes Alex Mack, Hawkeyes. A lot of good games. None in this one. Hawkeyes holding a lead. Here comes another Hawkeyes and an Anthony McMillan duck. Anthony McMillan pulling away. 2 more Hawkeyes. Anthony McMillan again. It's going to be a photo finish. Hawkeyes making a run. It's going to be a Hawkeyes with a weird hat duck. Narrowly picking up the win. Hawkeyes comes out on top. So we've paid our winners for the Venmo 50/50s. Making sure I got all those converted here. Hawkeyes wins the jersey. Anthony wins MVP still. The narrow win over Hawkeyes. By the way, Raiders on the verge of being able to beat the Ravens somehow. They're tied up in the fourth quarter. Fun finish there. Go check out our Raiders stream. Saints 44, Cowboys 19. We'll do our post-game vent session. That's what this is. The disaster class of a performance out of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll do this and then sign off for the day, and I'll go think about the mistakes that I made that led to this Cowboys result. Week 2 in the books, and that sucked. I don't have many words that aren't swear words beyond that. The Dallas Cowboys apparently forgot they were supposed to play football games today. They never showed up. They had a couple nice plays on offense, if that. The defense allowed not 1, not 2, not 3, but not 4, not 5, but 6 straight touchdown drives. And this game was over before it ever really got going. Felt a lot like elements of that Packers playoff game where it's really hard if your defense doesn't get a stop until the fourth quarter. You're just not going to win games that way. It's not realistic. A putrid just awful effort. Any pejorative terms you've got, negative words, they fit. I think there's one grade for the Cowboys today. One grade. It's an F. I believe in democracy, you can give it a D if you want. It's an F. They were terrible. That was a letdown game. The exact thing we warned the Cowboys about. Hey, don't have a letdown game. No Broncos game. No Cardinals game. You had a disastrous effort. You look great in week 1. You look just as bad in week 2. Grade the Cowboys. I think it's an F, but you guys can vote in the comments. Takeaway number 1. And I think this has to be anybody's first takeaway coming out of this performance. I don't think we look at anything else from this matchup and not start with, other than we will talk about them, We have to start with that defense. What the hell was that? They got gashed every which way. I'm going to read off some stats in this game, right? You got the raw stats. Derek Carr, 11 of 16, 243. Truly a garbage time interception. That game was over. It was Donovan Wilson, INT. Chris Paul, it's a huge to cut lead to 42. That game was over. Your opening drives for the New Orleans Saints, 7 plays, 80 yards, capped off by a 5, but the big play was a 17-yard and a 39-yard throw to Chris Olave. The Saints on that play faced 1 3rd and 2. There was a 70-yard bomb on the first play of the drive to Rashid Shaheed. You're now down 14-3. You get another field goal. You allow a 57-yard screen to Alvin Kamara. The Saints didn't actually start running the ball down your throats until it was already 21-6. You cut that lead to 21-13. Well, how does the defense respond? An 11-play, 70-yard drive in which the Saints got into a 3rd and 6. They got the first down. A 3rd and 3, got the first down. There were 3 third downs the Saints faced in the first half. They had as we'll get into, not the quarterback's fault on the interception because the receiver fell down like an idiot. The Saints cap it off with a quick scoring drive. You get a late field goal. It's 35-16.5. Game's over. Game was over before halftime. You can't have that. It is so hard to win football games when you don't force a punt and or force a stop until the fourth quarter. You can't win like that. That's not realistic. It requires superhuman efforts from everybody else on your team. That's just not fair to ask of them. So give me your one-word reaction to the Cowboys game against the Saints. One word only. Go vote, especially if the ad comes here on YouTube. Seriously, guys, the defense fucking sucked today. You can't play like this. This Cowboys team, the things we were worried about is, hey, your defense didn't play very well down the stretch last year. Are we a little bit worried about that? We had concerns. Think about what this Cowboys defense has done over the past, since late November, right? You do a great job against the Browns. 44 points allowed against the New Orleans Saints. That's not going to work well. You allow 48 against Green Bay. Is it all the defense's fault? No. Take away 7, whatever we want to take away. You played great against the Commanders, but you allowed 31 against the Bills. You got gashed by Seattle for 35. Your defense, statistically speaking, since after the Thanksgiving game last year, has been a lot closer to a bottom 10 defense than a top 5 defense. You got to figure something out here because this isn't sustainable. If your defense is just as likely to allow 10 points as it is to allow 35-40, I can't do anything in the postseason. I'll give a lot of credit to the Saints. Saints played awesome. It's a Shanahan-based scheme. You had play action issues. You had motion issues. Couldn't stop the run after the first 3 drives. Oh, a lot like that Green Bay game. How many times in our watch party did I say, wide open guy, wide open guy? Got to figure stuff out here. Maybe you don't have the horses. That's probably a front office issue. But I don't want to give them more horses if this is how they're going to play. I'll fire Mike in the offseason and hire a new head coach. That cannot be Mike Zimmer, by the way. Today's show is made possible by Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app, helps finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, helps lower your bills, all so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and still over $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. So stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys and use Rocket Money to monitor the things. You don't want to pay 2, streaming services bills, or I was getting double charged for a phone bill. It's annoying. Go to rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. That's rocketmoney.com/Cowboys. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. There's a couple different trends that tend to emerge in these types of games for Dallas. Defense is a no-show, can't get a stop, they get gashed on the run and in the air. And one of your biggest consistencies in these losses by the Dallas Cowboys, last 3 years, your run game does not show up. Nobody ran the ball well for Dallas. Again. Rico Dowdle, 7 carries, 30 yards. Ezekiel Elliott, 6 carries for 16 yards. Deuce Vaughn, 4 carries, 11 yards. Dak Prescott had 2 carries for 12 yards. It was your most efficient runner. That's bad. That's not who he is anymore. Kevontae Turpin, 1 carry, 2 yards. Brandon Cooks, 1 carry, -3 yards. Get to the blame on that one in a little bit. But if you take away the reverse to Cooks and the Dak scrambles, you've got 18 carries in this football game for 55 yards. That's bad, guys. It's really bad. I can't have that. They tried to run the football early, and they couldn't. This is still a problem for the Cowboys. No explosive plays. There's none. They've run the ball almost 20 times now with running backs. They have 1 explosive play. That's it. You can't keep doing run, pass shit and say, 3rd and 7, go save us. It's not good coaching. It's not good game planning. They tried to run the ball early. It was bad. It was profoundly bad. I don't want you guys to miss any Dallas Cowboys news. We'll do our Overreaction Monday as well. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. In terms of the majority of the blame, not put on the quarterback, not put it on the wide receiver. Do they get some blame? Absolutely. But the only way you were going to win this football game was a Herculean, never-before-seen effort out of Dak and Lamb because nobody else showed up on offense. You missed Jake Ferguson. He had the stupid, bad decision interception late. First one was not his fault. Frankly, you actually kind of moved the ball pretty well in the first half of that game, but the other side of the ball never showed up. And you probably got to get the ball more to CeeDee Lamb. I do think these two players, Dak and Lamb, got to iron out some of their connection issues because CeeDee Lamb didn't catch a pass in the second half of the football game. You know why? Because the Saints know they're going to have to force feed it to CeeDee Lamb. First half, your quarterback was 13 of 17 for 144, a TD and an INT. The INT, of course, not. We'll get that in a little bit. If I had showed you that stat line and your quarterback's got a high completion percentage, on pace for just shy of 300 yards, that's probably pretty good. The problem was you got, a B first half and a C second half out of the passing game. Got an F from the ground game and an F from the defense. That's not going to work. I genuinely believe in this game because the first 2 points still stand. You could have put Roger Staubach, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Dez Bryant, CeeDee Lamb, prime Witten for all these guys, Larry Allen, prime healthy Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Eric Williams. You could put the best 11 players in Cowboys history on offense, and you're not going to win that game because you didn't get stops on defense until the Saints were up by 20-something and just stopped trying. That's the only time it happened. It's not going to work. There's plenty of blame to go around. Who do you blame the most? I think defense in general is probably where you're going to start. So let me know in the comments of today's show. I got a bone to pick in particular with Jalen Brooks. Because, your biggest mistakes on offense in the first half, both came from him. You actually called a pretty good reverse play to Brandon Cooks. It was blocked, except Jalen Brooks gets beat on said block, and it's a loss of 3. Maybe he scores, maybe he doesn't. It was blocked. You're asking a safety to come cross field and make a play. That was going to be a huge pickup in the red zone. They stopped it. And then The interception that kind of put this game out of reach officially, it's a good throw with anticipation, over the middle, deep in to Jalen Brooks. Falls down. He falls down. He caught 3 targets, 1 catch, 10 yards. Stop with the Jalen Brooks reps. I don't put Ryan Flournoy out there. I want to bench Jalen Brooks. I don't care about special teams. You can't do that. You can't be trying to pull off. When you're trying to pull off a miracle on offense, you have to be clicking. And you're falling down on it was a perfectly placed throw. Gonna hit him right here. Right here. Because the corner caught it right here. Because the receiver fell down. You can't have that, man. Also, valid question mark, why are we calling up deep digs to Jalen Brooks? You also called a 4th down play for frickin' Brevin Spanford and for Brooks in the second half. Why are we doing that? Why? Some keys to victory. Pressure Derek Carr. Didn't happen. Boy, he had all damn day in that pocket. They did not get home against him. Better 3rd down play. You actually did have this. You were at 6 of 13 on 3rd downs. Actually pretty good. Now you were 1 of 3 on 4th downs, so kind of negates some of that. But that was also like late in the game, and you also went for it on 4th and 9 from your own 11, so like who cares? You were good on 3rd downs, but you faced 13 3rd downs versus 6 of 6 to start the game for the Saints with about double the yards to go. Bad. Feed CeeDee Lamb. The numbers look fine. I need more, and I think they bracketed him a lot. You need to get somebody else that defenses fear. Tolbert finished the game 6 catches, 82 yards. Okay, but no one feared him. Made a great catch, though. But no one feared him. You didn't stop the run. 5 yards per carry before the kneel downs came into play. You were terrible. And you failed at step 5. I said no letdown game. This is a textbook letdown game. It's like the Denver one from years ago. Maybe even worse on defense and moderately better on offense. But like 35 to 16 at the half. The game was over. Defense didn't show up until the game was long out of reach. And it was too much for the offense to overcome when you kind of run into the same issues as the Browns game, right? Like a defense just sit back, play 2-eye shell, and say, okay, take 6 yards at a time. Terrible. Terrible by the Dallas Cowboys. Any supers we missed here that are available, at least? I'll shout some out here. They're probably all buried from our reaction show. 11 from heaven. Cowboys never lost 2 in a row. Win versus the Ravens. Well, they have lost 2 in a row. Does happen. Hasn't happened that much recently, but they have. Who here feels good about that? I don't. If you were playing the Giants, sure. Not right now. Zach, always one awful game. Let's hope that's it. That's what I said. No letdown game. But you could have started the year 2-0, and you played like dog water. That's really frustrating. And we said all week long, hey, don't start smelling your own stuff. Sure seems like the defense did that because they never showed up today. Not when it mattered. Not when you had better than a 5% win chance. Dwayne, how did the Jones boys look better in the offseason if they refused to address the needs and blame the coach for the Jones boys' incompetence? You don't. By the way, the Ravens are about to lose against the Raiders somehow. So now you're getting a pissed off Ravens team to start the year 0-2. They can't start the year 0-3. That's a bad odds for their playoff outlook. Assuming they don't pull off a miracle here. But Ravens just went 3 plays and a punt, and the Raiders marched down the field to score. Not good. Samuel, Saints scored 9 points. What did the Cowboys score? Cowboys scored 3. Also, do the first half. Like, come on. Like, the second half doesn't matter. If we're being, like, honest here. The second half doesn't really matter if the first half is 35-16. Game's already over. That race done been run, baby. And they were lucky to be down 35-16, not 35-13. Like, it doesn't matter if your defense doesn't get a stop until the fourth quarter. You're just not going to win football games like that. Not from a realistic perspective. You might get lucky somehow. You might get that Falcons game. Remember that game where they had the miracle comeback and the onside watermelon kick and they win? Like, you might get one of those games. But that's 1 in 100. That's not a game plan to win football games. Can't have it. You can't allow 7 plays 80 yards. 1 play 70 yards, 4 plays 70, 11 plays 70. That's just not going to work. There's blame to go on the offense. Absolutely. I don't want to make it sound like I'm not blaming the offense, but like it has to start with the defense. We have to go to that one first. Otherwise, like what, if you are bleeding out of your eyes and your knee is also bruised, you don't start with the knee bruise. You go to your eyes are bleeding. That's probably a bad sign. Like, yeah, your knee is bruised. Okay, whatever. You can overcome that. Gotta start with the root cause here. Gotta start with what matters more. Now, you're not gonna win that. You're not gonna win that football game. It just wasn't gonna happen. And we knew it from the first quarter. Defense didn't show up. Team sport. Defense failed you. Eli Aaron, the Cowboys blitzed all this game. I would doubt the next gen stats are up. Let me see. I would be very surprised if they were. My guess is no. Let's see here. I'd be surprised if they were up already. Maybe some of them. I don't think they brought much pressure, though. Got the next-gen stats win probability. That one was a little bit. Nope, that one was above 80% for the entire second half. Boy, that's bad. Next-gen stats will be available tomorrow. So I don't have the blitz numbers, but I don't think they did very much. Don't think they brought much pressure. By the way, I'm looking at the chart here. Outside runs for the Saints. Outside runs. Run it left. It's frustrating. I hit that sub button. YouTube.com/Cowboys TV. Post-game show coming up later today. Which we already did, and we'll get to it there in a little bit. Thank you, Christina, for your address for the jersey. Appreciate it. We will also do the Do Overreaction Monday, live show Monday. Therapy session. We all need it. See you guys then.